other than hearing from four of our agencies, possibly five, we're probably, after we hear from the Department of Justice, we're going to talk very quickly about, there's two bills that came back with Senate messages that we have to determine if we want to concur or not. So we'll just have the brief discussion on those two. And I'll talk about some of the other ones that we were second on. And I've already talked to the chairs of those committees because they're the principal committees. I'll cover that real quickly as well. So with that, we're going to start with Department of Revenue. And I first want to thank Chris for pulling this all together. And just so everybody knows, at the end of all of this, we are not going to be voting revenues. We're not. We just want to understand, especially for Department of Revenue, the big revenues, that the numbers are very large that we've gotten. We made it through March and April, and waiting for the shoe to drop, and the shoe didn't drop. It actually dropped in the other way. So we just wanted to have the Department of Revenue come and give us any insights that you may have. Either that or maybe you have a printing press or something we don't know about. So very good. So Chris, do you want to we start with the Department of Revenue? Just have them come on up. And I want to, okay. So also, would you, Lindsay, introduce Robert Booz? He's the first time that he's been here. So can you just introduce him and a little bit about what he's going to be doing? Thank you.
Good morning, Lindsay Stepp, Commissioner from the Department of Revenue. With me today, I have Keen Wong, who I believe many of you have met before, is our Tax Policy Counsel, and Robert Booz, who is our new financial analyst. So we're happy to welcome Robert to the team. You have probably seen his name show up in your email with the daily revenue reports. So feel free to reach out to any of us at any time, including Robert, with any questions about our daily reports or revenues in general. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for having us today. Everyone should have a copy, hopefully, of a presentation that says Department of Revenue Administration at the top, dated today, May 10th. Should look like this.
Yep.
Okay. It's not as pretty.
It's not color. It's the second thing in the packet.
We can, either Chris or I can certainly email out a color copy.
We have them. We have the color copies.
Okay, so your email has the color copy.
Right.
It should be in color. That's right. So thanks for having us today. The DRA developed revised fiscal year 22 and 23 revenue estimates for the major taxes that DRA collects: the business taxes, meals and rentals tax, tobacco, interest and dividends, communication services tax, real estate transfer tax, and utility property tax. What we did is we adjusted fiscal year 22 plan based on currently available data through April, as well as estimating revenues for May and June. That formed our 22 estimates, and then we applied a growth rate, either positive or negative, to our 22 plan to arrive at 23 estimates. So on this first page here, you will see a summary. Fiscal year 22 plan was $1.8 billion. Year to date, or our revised estimates are just about $2.2 billion. So compared to plan, we are estimating to end the year at $331.5 million ahead of plan, or 17.8%. Year to date through April, we are $307.1 million, or 22.3% ahead of plan. Looking at fiscal year 23, original plan was $1.8 billion. Our revised estimates are $2.1 billion, which is a $268 million increase, or 14.6%. I will say that we expect some volatility in our estimates and in economic performance in general in the near to long term. Elements that are having a direct impact on the economic outlook include persisting inflation, increasing interest rates, low unemployment rate, volatile fuel prices, and supply chain constraints, all of which are changing on a daily basis. So basically, as soon as we print these estimates, they're probably outdated. So my goal today is to help you understand the factors that we're considering when we're looking at revenue estimates over the next few months, the summer and through the fall. And obviously, these are subject to change and will change as the months go on.
Lindsay, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
Mind? So, last month there was negative growth in the country. So it takes three to say it's a recession, but I'm sure that's weighing in the back of your mind as well. I didn't see recession on this list, but is that something that?
It is, and you know, Chris and I were chatting before we got started this morning, and I think we've been waiting for this impending recession for years now. And every time we think it's coming, it hasn't come yet, it hasn't come yet, it hasn't come yet. So not to say it's not coming, I think it is. It's really just a question of when. And I think it has to do with these various factors here, how they continue to persist. Does inflation continue to rise? Is the Federal Reserve successful with kind of tampering legislation? It's all going to depend, and it's all going to be things that we're looking at.
And I guess we would know by the time we have to project revenues again next, January, February.
Correct.
We'll know where we're at.
We'll know better where we're
Right.
at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And actually, that is a good point. One of the reasons why these estimates are looking so high compared to plan is I think in many cases we were anticipating the impacts of COVID to result in a recession, and that fiscal year 22 and 23 we were maybe going to be in a recession, and we're not yet. So that's why these revenue estimates look so high compared to plan, because the plan, we were anticipating at least some amount of an economic downturn. On page 2, this is just a nice visual to show that actual revenues compared to plan for fiscal year 22 to date. So as I mentioned, we have consistently been above plan throughout the year. Again, I think when the plan estimates were developed, we were anticipating at least some economic downturn as a result of COVID. And in many cases, we just haven't seen that. So you can see we have performed well. The increases in actual in plan in September, December, and April, those tie to the business tax estimates and then returns that are filed in April. On page 3, we normally wait for business taxes to do it at the end, but we're just going to dive right in head first this time. So at the top, and you'll see this for every tax that I'm going to go over this morning, you'll see a bar graph here of fiscal year 20 revenue compared to 21 and 22, and then we've also noted fiscal 22 plan. So it's kind of a nice visual comparison about how revenues have been performing over the past few years. So factors to consider with business taxes. Fiscal year to date, we are $217.2 million, or 27.5% ahead of plan, and we are 198.6, or 24.5% ahead of prior year. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis preliminary report in March showed that New Hampshire had a 7.9% increase in real GDP in Q4 of 2021 as compared to Q3 of 2021. So we are still, at least at the end of 2021, we are experiencing an increase in growth in our real GDP here in New Hampshire. Moving on to page 4, the same group estimated a tempered growth in U.S. profits with quarter-over-quarter change from Q3 2021 of 3.4% to Q4 2021 of 0.7%. So again, we're still growing at the end of 21, but we're starting to see a little bit of a reduction in that growth. Kiplinger forecasts a 2.5% growth in GDP in 22 compared to 21. That's down from a 5.7% in 21 compared to 20. And then talking about inflation, forecasting 6% annual inflation at the end of 22, down from the current 8.5% rate of inflation. So again, we're growing, but that growth is starting to temper.
Yes, you recognize.
Thank you. Lindsay, as I was coming in this morning, I was listening to NPR, and uh, they they had someone on from the Economic Policy Institute, which I frankly haven't heard of before. So I don't know how good. They did say they were leftist, but they had calculated that of the profits, net profits that came out of corporations this last year, on usually 20% of it goes to on shareholders and owners, and this last year it was over 50%, and that on leaving a lot less for reinvestment and for labor.
Right. So that's another point to what potentially we could be seeing in the future in terms of our businesses adequately preparing for the future in a potential economic downturn. When they are well prepared, the impact tends to be less. If they're not as well prepared, we might see a greater impact. Those of you who have been on this committee for quite a while, generally when we experience a recession here in New Hampshire, we tend to not fall as far as maybe the national average, but our recovery is longer in duration. So we don't fall as far, but we don't recover as fast either. So just something to keep in mind for when, if and when we do experience that economic downturn. But certainly what Representative Almy brings up could impact how far and how fast we fall if businesses aren't prepared.
Yes. Representative.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
About a year ago, when we were doing the estimates or whenever it was, we were concerned about refunds, and I think the PPP loan and the forgiveness of that were sort of uncertainties that stood out there, and I can't really remember what else there were, but there were concerns that related to potentially large refunds, and I'm wondering if you've seen any indication of that.
Sure. So I'll just flip to my handy dandy book here. And so I can give you an update on where we stand with refunds. So for business taxes, for fiscal year 22, year to date through April, our refunds were 57.7 million. That is up from 40 million last year. So we've seen about a 44% increase. We've just also seen such a significant increase in revenue that has kind of been able to offset those refunds. But yeah, we've seen about a $18 million increase in refunds year to date. Certainly at the time when we were talking about those revenue estimates and the potential for refunds, I think we were also a little bit uncertain about what the economy was going to be doing. And we see increased refund requests when there's either uncertainty in the economy or there's an economic downturn, because businesses would prefer to have that cash back in their accounts or in their pockets for them to use. When times are good, we see more businesses request credit carry forwards, rather keep the money on the account as the economy is doing well. And so that may also be a little bit of a difference in terms of the desire for a CCO versus a refund. Does that answer your question, Representative?
I got a question then.
Sure.
So, when we look at the revenue focus, that's nets out, right? So
Yes.
all that extra money we saw last month was net of
refunds.
Return refunds, right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
So it's already built into the numbers.
And I do get a weekly report of pending refunds, and there is no, significant backlog or large pending refunds that I'm aware of. We're processing them as they come in. So our, weekly refund run is monitored consistently, and there's no big shoe that's going to drop in that
Okay.
respect.
All right, thank you. Yes, Representative Almy.
Thank you. We were really worried about the PPP refunds, and the amount of refunds that we've got to date is just a little bit more than what we got 2 years ago. So do you have any idea what's going on with PPP?
Well, I think to kind of how I ended Representative Ames's question, I think we were anticipating refunds in that that's what businesses were going to want given what was going on in the economy. I think the economy is in a better place, at least at the moment. Businesses at the time are confident about their position. And so for any overpayments, they just apply that as a credit. And we have seen an increase in our credit carryovers. So I think it's just the shift between the two. They can either treat the overpayment as a refund or a credit carryover.
Yes.
So it sounds also like they aren't paying attention to the reduction in credit carry forward that isn't really starting yet, but that we've got in law.
Correct. It is in law. It has not go into effect yet. What Representative Alme is referring to is HB2 from last year. There's a cap on the amount of credit carry forwards that businesses can hold on their account. It's capped at 500%, and that'll be effective for taxable periods ending December 31st of 22. So we haven't seen the full impact of that yet.
Yes.
A follow-up?
Yeah, just
Yes,
on
then-
that then I was thinking that there would be the large businesses that would be affected first that have over 500% in there, that they would prefer to start taking part of it back now so that they wouldn't have to take a huge hit at some point in the future.
Agreed. I think for some of those large businesses, it's a little bit of how much attention are they paying to New Hampshire, where they might, it might be a large amount of money to us, but it might be a rather small apportionment to them. And so it's a matter of how does New Hampshire fit into their greater scheme of taxes. And for most large taxpayers, we're a relatively small jurisdiction for them.
All set? Okay, Representative Spilsbury, then Representative Tucker.
So in terms of projections for FY23, isn't the election to either take a refund now or leave the overpayment in place in order to take a credit next year going to net to the exact same effect on our revenues? It's just a timing deferral. So in effect, refunds not taken this year might therefore make it more likely that there is a reduction of net inflows next year.
Potentially. So we do have some taxpayers that consistently carry a credit carryover year to year to year to year. The thing that will make the strongest impact will be that cap on the credit carryovers, because they won't have the opportunity to continue to carry a credit forward that's greater than 500%. It will have to be a refund at that point for the over 500%. So it's really each individual business and various factors and considerations that they take into account. But yes, at the end of the day, it is over whether it's 2 years or 20 years, or it is a timing issue.
Representative. Sorry.
And I'm always the one badgering others. So I didn't hear you mention, or maybe I just missed it, the course of the pandemic and whether we have variants that are more transmissible or carry into different sections of the country or things of that nature that are to do with medical stuff rather than sort of direct economic things. And but of course we know it has tremendous economic effect. Do you see that as something that we need to take into account?
So you didn't miss it. I didn't include it in the factors to consider. We had listed the COVID-19 pandemic as a factor to consider for a couple of the taxes as we were doing revenue estimates previously. And for the most part, once the stay-at-home orders were lifted, the pandemic didn't have a negative effect. In some cases, it had a positive effect. And you'll see this when we talk about M&R. Meals and rentals revenue has maybe been positive. Again, once we got through the stay-at-home order, we may be seeing a positive effect, just in terms of there was some pent-up demand. Maybe people realized how much they liked going out to eat when they couldn't go out to eat. Certainly with the real estate transfer tax, and what's happened with the housing economy, the pandemic has kind of been a positive factor in those taxes. And we haven't been able to quantify really a direct correlation between the pandemic and any of the variants and the timing of the variants or potential future variants, with kind of especially the impact on business taxes. And so we had looked into it in the past, and we weren't able to really make that direct connection. And like I said, in some instances, things happened in the opposite direction as what we would have anticipated.
But
So
we-
certainly something that we will continue to watch, and certainly if there are future variants that are significant and certainly have a hindering impact on the economy, that will be something that we'll want to look into in terms of revenues.
Thank you very much.
Representative Ames.
Yeah, a slightly different question is, I'm wondering about big business versus smaller businesses. And we've had a large increase in revenue. That's, I guess, an understatement. But query whether it's the big businesses that are mostly the source of that, or smaller ones. Can
Sure.
you speak to that?
Sure. So certainly, if you're familiar with our annual report and our triangles, the majority of our revenue comes from a few number of businesses. I suspect that to continue to be the case. We will update our triangles at the end of the fiscal year. I know that, during COVID, and we talked about this, that while certain businesses were feeling a negative impact from COVID, there were some very large businesses that were positively benefiting from the pandemic. A lot of that was kind of retail, whether online or brick and mortar, technology companies, healthcare companies. So there were some large winners during the pandemic. I suspect that the triangles will remain where the majority of our revenue and much of the revenue growth is coming from that bottom point. But certainly some of the factors we were talking about in terms of, unemployment, being able to hire, that's really going to, I think, impact your smaller businesses more than your larger businesses. A smaller business doesn't have as much cushion to absorb, when they need to hire 3 more people and they can't find those people. That's a very different calculus than for a large business that can maybe absorb some higher vacancy rates. So how these various factors impact each business and the size of the business varies and will impact our revenue going forward. But once the fiscal year closes, we will be updating those triangles.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. 2 things. One, I've got a draft copy of the tax year 19. Is that what is going to appear next, or are we going to be up to 20?
We should be at 20.
Oh, good.
Yep.
But also, we're about to start seeing the results of single sales factor next year.
Correct.
Do you have, and we've been in market-based sourcing for a full year?
We've been in market-based sourcing for a full year, so the first returns that we're seeing for calendar year taxpayers were filed in March and April. But as you all know, they can extend their return till the fall, so it won't be until October, November till we can fully digest those. Single sales factor is in effect for calendar year, starting in calendar year 2022. So it'll be next spring when we start to get the single sales factor returns in, and we can better analyze the impact.
But you'd said that we'd get some idea of what single sales factor would do to us from the market-based sourcing returns, which
Correct. So once we
could
have
be analyzable before January.
Correct. So once we have the returns with market-based sourcing as the sourcing methodology for services and intangibles, we can then move from our 3-factor to single sales factor. So yes, in the fall, when we have closer to a full batch, if you will, full calendar year of returns, we can start to do an analysis of if calendar year 21 repeated itself exactly the same in calendar 22, and the only difference was the shift to single sales factor, we'll be able to start quantifying those numbers. Correct.
Thank you. But if I could just add, we'll be looking at a very atypical year up to a very atypical year that may be down.
Correct, which is why I said if you if you assume that 21 is exactly the same as 22. Correct.
Okay, Representative Schaumburg has a question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Going to Representative Ames's point of maybe about the corporations and your description of the inverted triangle. Before I get to my question, I'd just like to say there were 80 corporations that paid over $1 million in BPT as of 8/27/21, and 12 corporations that paid over $1 million in BET. And then the next category was 100,000 to $1 million, 591 paying the BPT and 237 paying the BET. Now, my question is, has the growth of revenue in New Hampshire been static in the number of businesses contributing to the BPT/BET, or has there been an increase in the number of businesses that have started doing business here in New Hampshire to cause this revenue?
I don't know for certain
That's
without all
fine.
the data in front of me, but I suspect that it is unlikely that there will be brand new businesses coming into that point of the triangle. It's likely existing businesses that are going to move down the triangle, if you will, towards the point that will result in the revenue increase. Okay. So estimates for 22. So we, as you may remember, we run a variety of kind of scenarios to estimate when we're in a fiscal year, how the fiscal year will end. So for fiscal year 22, we are assuming actual with prior year for our scenario for business taxes. So what that means is we take actual year-to-date revenue, and we are going to include actuals for May and June of last year. And that arrives at the 1.193 billion. We arrived at that scenario because June estimates are the largest source of remaining revenue. May is typically a pretty small revenue month, but we have business tax estimates, Q2 estimates due in June. And May and June revenue from last year is roughly equal to the typical increase that we see in Q2 estimates from Q1. Typically, first quarter estimates are the lowest estimates out of the 4 quarters for the year. Some taxpayers, they're aware of their credit carryover, for instance, from the prior year. And so they may factor that credit carryover and reduce that first quarter estimate. So we typically see an increase between Q1 and Q2. When you apply that historic increase, it basically, at this point, subject to change, but at this point looks like our June estimates will come in roughly the same as last year. For fiscal year 23, we applied a 3.2% growth rate to our new fiscal 22 estimate, and that 3.2% growth rate is the growth rate that was in HB1 from fiscal year 22 to 23. So we didn't change the growth rate, we just changed the base that it's being applied to. Year to date, with business taxes, we are seeing a pretty significant year-over-year growth of about 27%. So the 3.4% assumes a pretty substantial decrease in the year-over-year increase that we've been seeing. So we're not yet projecting it to decrease. We still think there will be a small amount of growth from 22 to 23, but obviously that may change as things move forward in the next few months. From that, the fiscal year 22 new fiscal year 22 estimate with the 3.2% growth rate, we then subtracted the surplus statement items that were included in HB1 as well. And so that leaves you with the 1.16 billion for 23, which will be a 21.1% increase over plan. So again, even though the growth rate is the same, because fiscal year 22 has performed so well, that increases how we anticipate we will perform versus plan in 23.
Okay. Any other questions on business taxes? I guess the only other comment I'll make is that with the Ukraine war going on, it seems like we're providing a lot of defense military support, and we do have companies like BAE who provide a lot of the components that go into a lot of these things. So I would imagine this will reflect next year's their revenues.
Certainly, and this is
I know
something
we can't really talk about individual companies, but I just did. But
but we can talk about the fact that I think New Hampshire has a fairly diverse base in terms of, you know, how we generate our revenues in terms of various industries. So we did fare better than some other states in the early part of the pandemic. If you take a state like Hawaii, that's primarily driven by tourism, they saw significant impacts to their revenues at the start of the pandemic. We have a tourism component to our economy, but we also have other industries that performed well. So I think our mix of industries allows us to kind of weather changes in the economy better than some other states. So when we have a defense industry that's performing well, that can help if another industry is being negatively impacted by whatever is going on.
so that's a good segue to meals and rooms tax.
Great segue to meals and rooms tax. So historically, the meals and rooms tax is about 80% meals, 17% rooms, and 3% motor vehicles. Again, the chart showing you fiscal year 20 revenue, where you can see, which is in, oh, it's not colored for you. It's the first line on the left for each month. You can see in April, May, and June, the impact from COVID initially. In 21, you can see some impact over the winter and then some recovery in the spring. And then 22, we are performing fairly well compared to 20. If you do notice that, or excuse me, compared to 21, you will notice that 22 looks like it is performing below 21. That is on a net basis, and that's due to the municipal revenue fund transfer. So we are now distributing to municipalities 30% of the M&R revenue that's collected. That goes on a monthly basis into a dedicated fund. So when you'll see that under factors to consider, we're 54.6 million, or almost 20% ahead of plan, but we're 4.7 million or 1.8% below prior year. And that's because of the impact of the municipal revenue fund transfer. Next year, when we're comparing 23 to 22, you'll have an apples to apples comparison. You'll have 2 years with the municipal fund transfer.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a little bit of discussion on all these transfers a little later on.
Yes,
correct?
yep, coming
Okay,
on the next
thank
couple
you.
slides,
Right,
yes.
right.
We are, as I mentioned, to Representative Tucker with her question, we're experiencing a bit of return to normal after our initial COVID impacts. When things were shut down, we've kind of come back to pre-COVID levels, if not above pre-COVID levels. Inflation and cost of meals will continue to be something that we will watch, as well as hiring, ability to hire in the sort of hospitality industry. It is difficult currently. If it gets worse, that could also potentially impact the revenue that we receive. I know there are some restaurants on Main Street that aren't open for lunch because they just can't get the people to staff both a lunch and a dinner. So that is something that we'll need to watch. And then, as Representative Abrami mentioned, there's 2 transfers that come out of M&R each month. First is the school building aid transfer, and the second on page 6 is the municipal revenue fund transfer that I mentioned. We'll provide details about both of those transfers on the subsequent pages. But when we look to estimate M&R revenue, we add back in the municipal fund transfer and we add back in the school building aid transfer, because that is money that we've collected. We then apply the growth rate and then subtract out the transfer amounts so that we appropriately account for any positive or negative growth on all of the revenue that we've received. So where do we think M&R is going to end 22? We are assuming that the percent that we've been above plan will remain for the next 2 months. Year to date, we are ahead of plan by 26.9%, and we will anticipate that same increase for the next 2 months. Generally, throughout fiscal year 22, we've been roughly 20 to 30% ahead of plan. So that 26.9 is right in that range. And again, this is net of that municipal fund transfer. For fiscal 23, we kept the same 5% growth over 22 that we assumed in HB1. As I mentioned, that's applied to the new gross fiscal year 22 gross estimate. And then we remove $7 million for the school building aid transfer, $120.1 million for the municipal transfer. And then there was a surplus statement item relative to the M&R rate change of $19 million. That rate change went into effect in October of fiscal 22. So we didn't have a full year impact yet. So we account for the remainder of that impact on the surplus statement. On page 7, this is the school building aid transfer. And so basically there's a portion of M&R every year that we then divide into every month that is to pay bonds for school building aid. And so the amount, this started in 2010, and the amount has been a high of $14.5 million in fiscal year 2012. In fiscal year 22, it's just under 8.1 million, and in fiscal 23, it'll be just over 7 million. So this is a dedicated amount that comes out every month, but like I said, we include it, we add it back in before we apply any growth estimates because it's just a portion of the revenue. So this is already netted out though when you see the M&R amounts in the revenue focus. On page 8, this is the municipal fund transfer. This was in HB2 last year. So Treasury distributes M&R revenue to cities and towns equal to 30% every year, but we put revenue into this fund on a monthly basis. And so what you can see here in the chart is the monthly amounts that are put in during fiscal year 22. And the reason why the amount changes each month is so that it kind of tracks with how revenue performs each month. So if it's a lower revenue month, we will put less into the municipal revenue fund. And then this amount will update each year based on the revenue received in the prior year, because it is 30% of the revenue that will go to cities and towns. If there's no other, oh, go ahead.
Representative Brown.
Yeah, just checking. So what you're saying is that at the beginning of the year, using the plan, which didn't work, you decide how much money each month is going to go.
Yes. So at the beginning of the year, we will know the amount that will go, and so we will split it over the course of the months and
Over the year.
Over the year. Yep.
Yeah.
And it'll, like I said, track with revenues so that we don't take an unequal hit to general fund revenue in a month where revenues are low. We'll do a smaller transfer. But yeah, we determine
But
all of
if
that at the beginning of the year.
Suddenly, because of, for instance, the weather on March is a great month, it will still be the amount that was set at the beginning of the year.
Correct. Correct. Right. We set the amounts at the beginning of the year. We try to track it towards general performance. But it won't be adjusted when the actual revenue is received.
Can you,
And again, this is what you see in the revenue focus is net of this transfer.
Can you explain one more time on we did reduce the rate, and I think it went into effect in January of 0.5%. So that shows in the surplus statement. Oh, is that what I'm reading here?
Yes.
How does that work again, please?
So when you're estimating revenues at the time of the budget, you're estimating them based on current law. And so because of the rate change, we had a surplus statement item in 23. And so we've included that here because even though we're using 22 as our base, that rate change impact is not fully accounted for in that year because it happened partway through the year.
Okay, thank you. On to the next.
Okay,
to the next.
tobacco tax. Okay, so tobacco tax is based on or made up of 90% of cigarette stamps. So that's a stamp that goes on the bottom of each package of cigarettes. And then 10% from other tobacco products. So that can be your loose tobacco. That also now includes e-cigarettes. So again, you can see the chart of the performance over the past few years. You may remember that during COVID, we saw a pretty substantial increase in tobacco tax. That was, I think, due to a couple of reasons. One, generally the conditions of the pandemic early on were stressful and maybe not the most conducive to folks that were trying to smoke less. Also, you'll see under factors to consider, there is a ban in Massachusetts of all flavored tobacco products. So we have seen an increase here in New Hampshire of mentholated cigarettes in particular, as well as other flavored tobacco products as people kind of come across the border from Massachusetts to purchase products here that they cannot purchase in Massachusetts. Fiscal year to date, we are 5.2% below plan, or 10.6 million, and we are 14 million or 6.8% below prior year. Fiscal year to date through April, stamp sales are 7% below 21, but above 20 by 8%. So what I think is happening is that when we built plan, we were anticipating that this kind of high watermark from COVID was going to continue. And instead, we see it tracking back to, as Representative Almy may remember, our normal trend of about a 3 to 5% decrease year over year. So we're still ahead of where we were pre-pandemic, but we are starting to track that normal decrease that we see in year over year reduction in tobacco.
I just want to comment. It's just a coincidence that we're down 10.6 million, but the tobacco settlement came in 10.8 more. We're going to be hearing about that.
Great.
So tobacco is neutral.
It's yeah.
Thank you. Representative Almy.
Yeah, I don't remember when they banned the menthol, but which month?
I think that's about
October
right.
2020?
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
end of calendar 2020.
So we're past a full year now. I'm wondering if we could look at how much Massachusetts is losing in its tobacco tax versus how much we're losing,
I may have that.
Right.
because they could also be finally getting off of menthol cigarettes.
Yeah, and that's going to be my next point. So Massachusetts is down about 24%, based on data I had back in February. But
From the year that included,
pre-ban.
yeah,
Yes.
pre-ban.
But that leads to my next point, which is we all might be experiencing this ban if it happens at a federal level. So the federal government is considering a national ban on menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. This is on the top of page 10. It is expected to be proposed by the FDA by the end of this calendar year, and that it would have an effective date a year later. So we would be looking at roughly January of 24 as a potential start of when mentholated products and flavored products would not be available to anyone. So that is something we are going to watch closely because we would need to factor that into our revenue estimates for the next biennium. So we have not at this point because it's anticipated, but it hasn't been proposed and there's not, details on timing, but that is something that we'll watch closely.
So is this going to be through federal legislation or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. This is
Is that in the hopper or is it?
is. I don't know exactly how close to the top or bottom, however hover
but-
works.
Right. right.
But it is suspected that we may have a proposal by the FDA by the end of this calendar year, and then it takes about a year from that point. Once it's been formally proposed by the FDA, it would be a year before it went into effect.
That'll be a double whammy for us because we go with the Massachusetts revenue.
Correct. Correct. So we would lose not only our own revenue on mentholated and flavored products, but then the increase that we've seen in the past few years from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Representative Lamy.
Yes, so it has to go through Congress?
No, just FDA.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
what
I
would-
thought you were saying Congress.
Oh,
and
no, I'm sorry.
Congress
I mean, it's not, it's just FDA
Just, yeah, that's what
is
I
my
thought.
understanding.
But then what if there's, let's assume there's, well, in 2 years, if there's an administration change, could that turn back? Yeah, correct.
Yep.
Thank you. Oh, Representative Lane.
So two things, effective date on the flavored ban was June 1st of 2020. And this also looks like two bills in Massachusetts legislation to repeal that ban and allow flavored tobacco again.
You know, it's
Do you-
I always
Have
ask that
either of
question.
those gotten any traction?
None. No.
Doesn't say, just says that there's two bills
there's
pending
two, okay.
to repeal the 2018 tobacco.
Got it.
I always ask you that question. Is that what's going on in Mass? And I decided not to ask that question this time because I assumed nothing, but that was good. Representative Tucker.
There is no traction in Massachusetts.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I think it's important to mention that the reason that mentholated and flavored cigarettes are being considered for repeal is that it has been a policy of tobacco companies to target black neighborhoods. And there's a very much higher use of these cigarettes with the resultant health consequences. And earlier deaths are shown in the mortality figures. So this isn't really a revenue issue alone. This has to do with general health of people in the United States, and whether they're in our neighboring state or whether they're in this state, we need to hope that more people will not smoke.
Certainly.
It has very bad effects on the human body, and it costs a great deal of money. And that is why we get the money, is because there's costs to treating people who are affected by tobacco use.
And we've mentioned before too, the majority of the cigarettes that we sell in this state are not consumed by people in this state. We have the lowest tax rate of all of our surrounding states. And so we are a large exporter of cigarettes. So we'll certainly watch if and when a federal ban may come into effect. But these amounts are assuming no ban. So for fiscal year 22, we are assuming that the negative 5.2% that we've experienced year to date compared to plan will continue for May and June. And then for fiscal year 23, we applied a negative 3% growth. Again, that is the original growth rate from HB1. So the reason why it's not the 5% is I do think we're kind of normalizing a little bit, which is why we're seeing that significant decrease. I don't think it's necessarily going to decrease another 5%, but it will kind of temper and go back to that 3% that we typically see year to year. And that's generally, like I said, what we saw before COVID.
Okay. Any other questions on tobacco tax?
Next is interest and dividends tax. Interest and dividends is made up of 41.5% from distributions, 39% from dividend income, 12.2% from interest income, and 7.3% from federally tax exempt income. So that's income that's exempt federally, but not exempt here in New Hampshire. You'll see in the chart, interest and dividends, the majority of our revenue comes in April. So through April, year to date, we are 19.6% or 16.9% ahead of plan, and 24.4 million or 22% ahead of prior year. I&D can fluctuate pretty significantly year to year. It's a volatile tax. There's a lot of things that make up how the tax performs. As I mentioned, it's not just interest and dividends. Distributions are a significant portion of the revenue, and as Representative Almy mentioned earlier, if businesses choose to issue higher amounts of distributions than they have historically, that would have a positive impact here on I&D. Obviously, we are watching interest rates. We're watching the fluctuations in the stock market, as those tend to be indicators, maybe not direct tracking of, but tend to be indicators of how I&D performs. On page 12, just a reminder, the I&D tax is set to be repealed. So we are going through a number of rate reductions, that is starting with a 1% reduction to 4% for taxable periods ending on or after December 31st of 23. You see that that goes to 3% for 24, 2% for 25, 1% for 26, and then it's fully repealed for taxable periods beginning after December 31st of 2026. So we are in a decline of I&D.
Representative Almy has a question.
Yeah. 41.5% distributions in 2020 when things were not so good. And what I was just talking about, they say that over, I think it was 54% of the net profits had gone to the owners last year. No distribution would go to anybody that was earning under $50,000 a year. So that part of this is only a tax on the wealthy. And dividend income is partially, interest is partially. So.
And that's a good point. As you know, things change potentially with distributions, as things change with the interest rate, as things change with the stock market and potentially dividends received from there, this breakdown of what makes up I&D can shift from year to year. And as we get into more revenue estimating into the fall, we can talk about how that has kind of how that makeup has changed over time. And we may want to consider looking at that as we're developing revenue estimates. For fiscal year 22, we are assuming that our percent versus plan will remain through the last 2 months of May and June. We did have some anomalous payments that we've received year to date, so we've removed those so that we don't artificially inflate the growth rate. So without the anomalous payments that we've received, we're only about 1.1% ahead of plan. So that's what we're anticipating for May and June. And then for 23, we assumed the same 3% growth rate that was in the original HB1 applied to the new revenue estimate for 22, and then removed the impact of the surplus statement items for the decrease in the I&D tax, which will start to phase out, and we will start to feel the impacts of that in fiscal 23. So again, another tax to keep your eye on, as the things going on in the market and in the economy could potentially have an impact here.
I got one comment or question. Have you looked at, 401ks were a phenomenon that started somewhere my mid-career. Now I have to take distributions, right? And they're taxable. Right, this delayed taxing on the 401 concept, but as the population ages, there's going to be a lot more of that going on that people are going to do. I know when I pay my I&D, I have to take into effect that I got a distribution that's taxable. So I just throw that out.
We haven't tried to quantify that specifically, but that's certainly something we're probably going to see in a trend, and we'll see if we look at the breakdown of IND based on the various factors from year to year.
Right.
And to your point, you might see a greater shift towards distributions when the economy is doing well, with an aging population. There could be a number of things that potentially impact that makeup of that pie of IND
All right,
revenue.
thank you. Representative.
And they raised the year, they gave a year more before you have to take that distribution. And I would think that that likely will happen again. This is a very popular thing
Vehicle
to do
yep.
for people who have money. And so very quietly, they've added a year. So you have to be 71 and a half now rather than 70 and a half
Mm.
to start taking minimum distribution.
Yeah, correct.
And so that, I think that's something.
But some
I'll
are still
watch is
taking, I took it anyway. I did it anyway, but I'm just me. But with Bernstein,
I just, the required is what you're talking about. Required minimum.
they're required, right? It's required.
Yeah.
Part. Right, and there was they put a hold on that, right? Added a year. Well, there's more than wealthy people who are, I mean, defined benefit plans have been reduced significantly. I think not many employees have defined benefit plans anymore. They're pretty much 401, defined contribution plans these days. And I think, and that includes all levels of salaries, people. So anyway. Or they might not get them, right? With companies that do offer pension plans, that's the case. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to communication services tax. So at the chart at the top of the page, you'll notice in January, there's a bit of a spike in revenue. That's a bit of a timing issue. It's an anomaly. So just wanted to point that out because it's somewhat obvious for fiscal year 21. So factors to consider with CST. So we are 7.1 million or 22% below plan, 8.1 million or 24.3% below prior year. This tax has had years of fluctuation. Then we had some time it was performing pretty consistently. Now we're getting into some bit of fluctuation. So some things that have happened recently that impact this tax. The taxability of video conferencing and the increased use of that product over the pandemic. We've seen increased use of video conferencing, so that kind of has a positive impact on CST. The ongoing reduction in landlines, we've mentioned that for years, so that has a negative effect on CST. We've talked about how, landlines have reduced, but we had seen a shift to wireless, right? So in my household, we don't have a landline, but my husband and I both have cell phones. So you kind of trade 2 for 1. The wireless market is getting a bit more saturated. We're not seeing that, significant increase in the wireless market that we had seen in the past, right? So for a number of years, more and more people were getting cell phones. Now most grown adults have a cell phone, or if they don't, maybe they're not going to get one. And it's really just the kids, the younger kids kind of coming on with cell phones. And so maybe as people are tapering off and younger kids are coming on, it's not having that same growth that we kind of saw for years with wireless. The other thing to note that I think is what's happening, at least somewhat recently, which is potentially impacting our decrease in CST revenue, is that wireless service providers and how they bifurcate the amount that they charge you for voice versus the amount that they charge you for data. So voice is the only thing that's taxable under CST. Your data on your wireless bill is not. We did tax internet access years ago. We do not under CST anymore. So as wireless providers kind of change how that split between voice and data is accounted for on customers' bills, that can have an impact on the amount of CST that we receive. I, for one, don't talk on my cell phone very much. It's a lot of either texts or using it for email. And so I think, in particular, if my wireless provider looked at how much I was actually using it for two-way communication for voice, it would be much less than what I'm using it for other types of communication. So I think the shift in how customers are being billed by their wireless providers is starting to impact the amount of CST that we're collecting.
Melanie?
Yeah, I do talk on my cell phone a lot. I'm paying less in tax than I did when I had a landline only. And, but I'm wondering about, are you collecting for video conferencing?
We are, and that is as that kind of, I think we've talked about this before, as that method of communication became more prevalent. We have audit programs related to that, and so we're making sure that we are collecting the tax that's due on those services.
So,
And on what
follow, yeah.
basis? I mean, there are the people that get licenses so that they can run Zoom conferences. And then there are people who just use them that, if I remember correctly, don't pay anything.
Right, so the tax is on what you pay. It's a portion of what you pay. So free products may not have a tax associated with it because we need to apply the tax rate to some sort of base. But again, that is another thing that may fluctuate over time. I think there was a lot of free options available early in the pandemic when folks were starting to use this product, and now folks have realized it is a very valuable product and maybe they are willing to pay for it. And so we may see that shift occur as well. So it's just something else that we will need to continue to monitor with respect to this tax.
So we tax the license. Is
To
what
the
we
extent
tax.
that it's two-way communication that's taxable under CST,
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. So you outreach to all of these different companies?
We
that
have
are
our
offering-
ways of contacting.
Oh, I can
yes.
imagine. Okay.
Yeah, if I could, I've got a license. I don't know why I have a license. I'm thinking that I may have to run a meeting at some point, but I get charged a flat $150 a year. They don't say anything about taxes.
So I can't comment on specific products or specific vendors, but it is something that we consider when we are reviewing the various products that are available on the market.
Well, the company may choose to absorb that, right, and not show it to the end user.
Potentially.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you.
So with CST, we are assuming for the rest of this year that our performance against plan will be sustained, and then we're assuming that 22 to 23 will be relatively flat. We do have some credit carryovers that are being utilized, and so we've taken those into account in our 23 estimates. But my suspicion is that, hopefully this tax is kind of level out a bit over the next year or so. Page 15, real estate transfer tax. Oh boy. Okay. So the first thing I would point out is on the chart at the top, fiscal year 22 plan is going to be the line furthest to the right in each of the months. And if you look at that, you will see that we anticipated a decrease to occur. If you look at February, March, April, we really kind of anticipated a low point in March. We just haven't seen it. Plan this year anticipated a 3% year-over-year reduction over prior year. We backloaded that 3% into the plan, figuring that the year would start strong, but once the winter months hit, we would start to see that decrease in RET that we anticipated. Obviously, that didn't happen. So RET continues to perform well. We are 31.1 million or 19% ahead of plan. We are 26.9 million or 16% ahead of prior year. Again, these amounts are net of the $5 million transfer to the Affordable Housing Fund. That is a new transfer 2 years ago. That happens every October. In October, we send $5 million to the Affordable Housing Fund. things that are impacting RET. So inventory shortage, we all know that that exists, but prices are still making up for that reduction of inventory. So we're seeing fewer transactions, but they're happening at a much higher price. So the real estate transfer tax continues to grow. New Hampshire Association of Realtors reported that last month's supply of inventory was an 11% decrease from last year. I would have thought last year was a pretty low month low time in terms of real estate inventory. This is even lower. The same group publishes a New Hampshire Housing Affordability Index. I'm on the top of page 16, which measures housing affordability for the region. So as an example, of index of 120 means that household income is 120% of what is necessary to qualify for a median priced home under the prevailing interest rates. March 2020, at an affordability index of 80, had the lowest month in the last year on the affordability index for single family homes. So basically, median income is not enough money. You're not making enough money to qualify for a median priced home at the current interest rates. But houses continue to sell. So I think this is it's a bit of a ticking time bomb. I don't think it's necessarily going to explode, but at some point we're going to see a decrease where just the prices, people are not going to be able to afford them. And so the lack of inventory and the higher prices are not going to outweigh each other. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Yeah.
Any other questions at this point? Representative Almy?
Yeah, the realtors keep on saying that it's a very small percentage of the people that are buying these incredibly expensive houses that come from out of state. But there's been some controversy about whether they really are from out of state but had been vacationing here or something like that. So I think that the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority has been trying to figure out how to look at this. Do you know whether there's anything, because that New Hampshire, given the climate in the West, for instance, is apparently one of the targets for very rich people trying to move somewhere else. And has been for some time, for some of them just for tax purposes. And have you kept up with what they're doing on trying to figure this out?
I have not. I imagine that it's probably different for the various regions across the state. Obviously, there are some locations either closer to Massachusetts. It's easier for someone to Massachusetts to move across the border. You also have vacation areas of the state, like the Lakes region, which might be more conducive or more likely to have someone move from out of state, but that might not be the same for the North Country, for instance. It might be less likely in Representative Tucker's district for someone to move from out of state. So I think it may vary. We're just tracking kind of what's been happening with the purchasing of the homes and the tax associated with it, and haven't necessarily looked into as much as who's buying them or why they're buying them necessarily. The median sales price was up 20.5% to $440,000 for a single family home, and up 30.9% to $350,500 for condos in March of 22. So the median home price and condo price is quite high for New Hampshire based on our history. Another factor to consider is that mortgage rates are rising. They were 5.5% for a 30-year fixed on May 4th, and that was above the 52-week low of 2.8%. So with interest rates, they're rising quite quickly. It's some of the highest mortgage rates we've seen in quite a while. So we'll have to wait and see, I think, on the impact of what the mortgage rates have on the housing market. Presumably there will be one, but I think we're gonna have to wait a little bit to see how that pans out. So for fiscal year 22, we are assuming that our performance versus prior year through April will continue for May and June. As I mentioned, we had kind of backloaded a decrease in the plan, so I didn't want to use our comparison to plan numbers because those might have been artificially inflated due to how we set the monthly revenue plan. So instead, we're just looking at how we're performing versus prior year for 22. And then for 23, we assumed a negative 3% growth. That was the original impact that we thought we were going to see this year. Since we didn't see that this year, we just bumped it out a year. Maybe we'll see it next year. We got to see it one of these days. So just bumped it out a year. But fiscal year 23 plan had assumed an 8% decrease over fiscal 22. So that's why in that chart at the top, when you look at the revised 23 estimate of 228 million, that looks like 25.3% ahead of plan. That's because that plan is a negative 3% with a negative 8% on top of it. We never even saw the negative 3%, never mind the negative 8. So that's why that's looking like plan is our estimate is very high compared to plan. So my best thought at this point is just move that 3% to the next year, and then it might be the 8% the year after, because we're just in record territory for the real estate transfer tax.
Representative Tucker.
Well, certainly in the North Country, and I think in the rest of the state, we've had a tremendous number of people who are able to work remotely. So there's a relationship, I believe, between broadband and its expansion, which is being heavily promoted, and where people can live. And it's made an enormous difference in the North Country. We have some areas that have very good connection, others that don't. But where people can work remotely, many are, and it has really affected the real estate market.
Transfer tax. That's a great
They're
point.
very, very connected.
Yes, agreed. And it sounds like remote work is here to stay, at least at some level. So I think that is something to continue to watch as more and more people are able to work remotely. That might be a driver for people from other states to come and live here. The last thing I will mention on the real estate transfer tax is the Land and Community Heritage Investment Program, or LCHIP. So LCHIP is a $25 fee that's charged for the recording of each deed, mortgage discharge, or plan that are recorded at the registry. LCHIP funds are paid to the counties along with the RET each month and then transferred to the LCHIP program. So it is, unlike the other transfers that we talked about, we don't include LCHIP, apply the growth rate, and then remove LCHIP because we're just really the pass through for that money. The counties are already sending us money, so they just include LCHIP with it and we pass it on. So it functions a little bit differently in our estimating of how we handle the other transfers.
Because it just goes to LCHIP.
It just goes to
It
LCHIP.
doesn't
It comes-
stop at the general fund anywhere. It just keeps on
Right.
going.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah,
And if
Ro-
LCHIP didn't exist, this wouldn't exist. Or if it didn't get transferred to LCHIP, the general fund wouldn't keep it.
Right.
So in the other instances, like the municipal fund, if that didn't exist, the general fund would just keep that money. So that's why we add it back in.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bernstein.
Yeah, thank you, Lindsay. So $25 fees are charged. The bottom line is I'm getting to refinancing mortgages, which I think is going to drop dramatically. But when someone refinances a mortgage, that's $50 to LCHIP because they retire the old mortgage, which is a $25 fee, and then a new mortgage. So $50 every time. And with rates going up, refis are going to drop.
Decrease. Yep.
So LCHIP can expect.
So that's something that LCHIP will need to factor into their future revenue estimates.
I just
Yep.
want to make sure
Yep.
I understand that. Thank
Yep.
you.
Good point.
Any other questions on RET? No?
Okay.
We're on to last one.
Last tax,
All right.
utility property tax. You'll see in the chart at the top of the page on page 17, it really comes in a few times a year in the form of estimates. We have returns due in January, so that can be a little bit of a higher month. But basically non-estimate months are either early or late payments. Year to date, we're 2.3 million or 7.4% ahead of plan, or 2.7 million or 8.8% ahead of prior year. The increase is primarily due to increased valuations in fiscal year 22 and taxpayers using up some CCOs in prior years. So we've seen an increase in utility property valuations recently. Some property values may decline though, given various economic conditions. New taxable property on the top of page 18 can always be constructed, so it's a little bit of a volatile tax that we keep our eye on. It is roughly around $40 to $45 million a year, and it is solely dedicated to the Education Trust Fund. So we suspect that our sustaining performance versus prior year will continue through May and June, which was an 8.8% increase over prior year, again, primarily due to the increase in valuations that we saw recently. And then I'm anticipating a flat growth from 22 to 23, just given some of the uncertainties in the market, especially with fuel prices. It'll be interesting to see kind of what happens with the various properties. So just to be conservative, I've left it flat going into next year.
Very good. Any, Representative Schomburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, this utility property tax, I've heard that Eversource is going to make bids on buying all utility poles in New Hampshire. Would that affect this tax if it goes private?
So these are going to, the utilities that are taxed here are all of the utilities across the state. The impact I think that you're referring to may have something to do with the trimming of the trees. Okay, and the cost to do so. That is more likely to impact, I think, the at the municipal level, with the transmission at the municipal level. I don't know necessarily actually the impact for statewide or at the municipal level until there's greater detail, but I'm not sure that who owning it necessarily would impact the value. But I am somewhat familiar with what you're referring to. So those are our estimates at this point in time, subject to change potentially tomorrow. We're in, an interesting time, I think, just in terms of how strong revenues have been performing. And I think that we just need to watch the various factors. And then also it'll be important as we get into revenue estimating, like I said, in the fall, to think about the timing of the various taxes, right? Real estate transfer tax, we get that on a monthly basis. M&R, we get that on a monthly basis. It's very quick to see the impacts of things that may be happening in the economy. There's a delayed impact with IND and business taxes. And so that'll be something that we need to watch, and we may potentially need to factor in something that we think is going to happen that we might not be seeing in the revenues to date. So fun times ahead.
Now, Lindsay, we have, Chris, we have this other handout, and it talks, there's a few areas that are DRA, and then the others are liquor and some others, correct? This stuff was on the top of the,
Chris Shea, LBA. So Representative Brummy, that is correct. There's a document titled Revenue Sources with Restricted Revenue Transfers and Associated Statutes. It's kind of a dull cover page. There's several that are DRA collected. Then there's the liquor transfers. And then one that I didn't identify, but it's in the RSA, is the transfer that occurs around the premium tax. So that's, if you flip to page, the second to last page, you look at RSA 126-AA:3. Yep. It's going to be Roman 1D. So that it was written into the statute that any of the insurance premium tax that's collected that's associated with the basically Medicaid expansion would go into the Granted Advantage Fund. I failed to highlight that on this document, but insurance will present that as part of their discussion today. You'll see it as one of the backouts that they provide. So Representative Major had asked about these a few weeks ago, and he asked that I provide you with these documents today just so you'd have it. And then I asked the various agencies coming before you to discuss those transfers as they came through.
Right.
I think some of the confusion sometimes happens when you get the various reports from agencies throughout the month, the daily revenues from our office, daily revenues from DRA, and then daily revenues from administrative services. Those are much on a cash basis, and it's not until the end of the month that those are typically account for the transfers. And then you get your revenue focus. And the revenue focus, if you don't mind, I'll just take a second because I'm not sure how
No,
familiar
please.
people are with the revenue focus.
No,
But it's a very good document for quick information related to your general fund education trust fund revenues, your fish and game revenues, and your highway fund revenues. So on the front page would give you a table that has your current month plan and your actuals on the right-hand side, excuse me, the left-hand side. And then on the right-hand side would be brief snippets of what happened that month with that revenue source. And the various agencies responsible for collecting that revenue work with administrative services to provide those brief narratives as to what occurred in that month. And then as you flip the page, you're going to find all sorts of tables, charts, and information. Earlier, there was a question around the business tax refunds from Representative Ames. On page 2, in the middle of the page, is a chart there that shows you for the last 3 years what the business tax refunds have looked like. So it gives you a quick review of what's going on, what happened in the last month that you've just completed. Above that, you have the M&R analysis that shows you your gross collection, shows you the 2 transfers out of that fund, and it shows it on the month basis and then on a year-to-date basis. So throughout this document, there's a lot of good information. And as you get to the second to last page, you have a table of the general education funds, and it's the year-to-date. So it gives you what the plan amount is year-to-date and then what the actual collections are year-to-date. And so it just gives you a good reference point at the end of each month as to where you are with your various revenues.
let's use that as the example though for the general discussion here. Is that, but this is from administrative services, their report.
That is correct. This is administrative
and
services.
it's net of all of these statutes.
Yes,
Right, that the money comes off the top before it gets reported here. correct?
exactly.
And my question's always been is, maybe I'm okay with that in terms of, well, you may want to explain the way you explained it to me the other day, but I just want to make sure when I look at actual and plan that I'm looking apples to apples. You know, that the plan was based on money coming out as well.
That's correct.
So can you just spend a second on that?
So I mean, Commissioner Stepp had mentioned, in terms of some of their estimates, they put back in the transfers and then figure out what their growth would be, and then they back that out after. And in some instances, there's things that are done as part of the surplus statement. So we account for all the transfers or reductions or additions that might occur to revenue during the budget building process. So as you may recall, when you're doing your revenue estimates for the unrestricted revenue, it's on current law, and there may be bills going through that are going to change a tax or add a tax or a fee somewhere. And so we account for that as part of the surplus statement. And then at the end of the budget process, when everything's signed off, administrative services will work with the agencies to come up with a monthly revenue plan. And that's what they track through their revenue focus. So you do get an apples to apples comparison. I think where you get an apples to oranges comparison is when you're looking at the daily revenues each month, because not everything is backed out. It's on a cash basis. So when you get a report from me, unless I've noted to you, for instance, with the M&R that I backed that out of the number, we haven't backed out the real estate transfer to LCHIP. We haven't backed out the liquor, if there's a transfer related to go into the Granted Advantage or the Alcohol Commission Fund. That doesn't happen to the end of the month. every day the revenues are changing on a daily basis. And for that reason, we don't try to be precise until the close of the month. Otherwise, it's a lot of potential for misinformation going back and forth. So we just stay to the cash basis during the daily revenues. And it's true also with administrative services and DRA. You know, they give you what they've collected on a cash basis. And if you get the administrative services daily report, it's essentially this table, the year-to-date table, and then a month-to-date table. And if you ever look at that, you'll notice that the education trust fund account during the month it looks like there's a lot of negatives there. There's money that hasn't been attributed to it yet. It's because the splits haven't occurred yet. Those occur from the business taxes, the meals and rooms tax, the real estate transfer tax. That all occurs at the end of the month when the month is closed, because there could be a refund, for instance, at DRA on the the 29th of the month that would change a split if they had done it early. So hopefully that helps. But it really, I just wanted to say the revenue focus is your best. If you want to get a sense of where your revenues are, that's the best place to look at that.
Thank you. I do think that other than this committee and possibly the one in the Senate, I don't think anybody pays attention to the fact that revenues may actually be going up, but are being spent by the budget on before any place else in the budget gets it with these restricted transfers. And it seems to me that there ought to at least be an asterisk that the DAS does on the taxes that whose revenues are reduced by specific on budgeted requirements over the years, so that people don't think, oh, we're getting less from meals and rooms, it must be in real trouble.
I think that would be a discussion with administrative services on how they would notate their report, because it is their report.
Yeah.
We may want to invite them in at some point, I think, to talk about this
Yeah.
too. Because to us, this is our Bible here, and we want to. And then when you go back 10 years, you want to try to track how the revenues really did. And then if there's all of a sudden,
You can't.
right?
Even they're having trouble doing it when you ask them to.
Right. Okay, we got a few minutes. Do you have any comments in the handout? There's a couple of departments that are yours, but I know you touched on it already. Do you have anything else you want to add to that?
No, I think we covered it. I did double check Chris's numbers ties to what I
Ties to
had
what
in
you
the
had talked
report,
about.
so that's
Okay,
good.
that's good. So, all right. So, but this is I would keep this document. It's a handy guide. We actually shows every statute where this is occurring, and I think this is valuable to have for us. All right, no other questions. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Lindsay, very much. And we have next we have the Department of Justice, and we have Warren Cormack, and I guess he has someone else with him, but both can come up. And as you probably know, we have one simple question. We're used to around 40 million-ish, and all of a sudden it hit 50 on the tobacco settlement money. So we just kind of curious what happened there. So if you want to both introduce yourselves and then.
My name is Warren Cormack. I'm an attorney at the Department of Justice in the Consumer Protection Bureau. I'm tasked with tobacco enforcement. With me is Brandon Garrod.
Senior Assistant Attorney General Brandon Grout. I'm the Chief of the Consumer Protection Antitrust Bureau at the DOJ.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Yep. Thank you for coming.
So I am tasked with diligent enforcement of the tobacco statutes. And my understanding is you're asking me why the payment was different from the original estimates.
Significantly different.
Significant.
If it was a million either way, we would not,
Yeah.
we're just curious.
So every year, we receive estimates for the eventual payments that will be made under the MSA. That's the Master Settlement Agreement. This is based on a calculation that relies on several variables. It relies on the volume of cigarettes sold. It relies on inflation. It relies on the percentage market share of certain types of tobacco companies. And a lot of those variables are really difficult to predict. So we provide an estimate based on the anticipated percentage share, based on the volume, based on the profits that tobacco companies will make. And ultimately, when we do report those estimates, we report them as rough estimates because it's very difficult to predict a lot of these variables. This year, several of the variables were more different than anticipated. For example, inflation regularly is set to a 3% floor in the calculation, but this past year it was over 7%. That's never happened before since the signing of the Master Settlement Agreement. Because of that, the payment was raised by a significant degree. Also, the profits that tobacco companies are making have increased also a significant amount. And that correction regularly will add $0, but this year it added a lot of money to the payment. So those are two major factors. A third factor is what's called the Npm Adjustment. And so what happens in this adjustment is that the tobacco companies can withhold certain amounts from payment if they contest charges that they owe the states. And this year we anticipated that they might withhold some money from the states, and they ended up not doing so, and we received the entirety of the payment that would be due under the Npm adjustment. And those disputes are related to shifts in market share across the tobacco industry. So those are the three major contributors to why the payout was so different than was originally anticipated.
What was the middle one again? Sorry. It's inflation, and the next one was what?
The next one is it's called the profit adjustment, and actually
Profit adjustment. Right.
it's an upward adjustment of a downward adjustment. So it ends up increasing the payment, but functionally it's decreasing the payment less because there's a volume adjustment that decreases the payment every year for the volume of cigarettes, which decrease every year. And then the profit adjustment bumps it back up if the tobacco companies are selling less cigarettes but making more profit.
We're not complaining, actually. Given it's it would be maybe a little bit different if it was a 10 million the other way.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, because I've been here 12 years, and this is the first time it's been this much of a variance. But
Mm-hmm.
it seems like the perfect storm of these three things occurring at the same time is what causing this.
That's exactly right. And a lot of it is attributable to COVID-19, the
Okay,
ongoing
thank
effect.
you. Representative Almy.
Yes, as I recall the NPM adjustment, it was mostly centered around contesting lack of enforcement by the states. And your predecessor spent a lot of time for years on going through the process of getting them to understand that we were enforcing properly, and everybody else had to produce data that they were enforcing properly. Is this lack of contest mostly that they finally finished that process?
It's an ongoing process, and ultimately it just means that we were dispersed. The funds that might otherwise have been sent to a disputed payments account. So every year we need to diligently enforce the statutes that level the playing field between the signatories to the Master Settlement Agreement and the non-signatories to the Master Settlement Agreement. And what a dispute is it's a tobacco company saying, claiming that they don't owe certain funds under that diligent enforcement standard. And this year they didn't make disputes that we thought they might make. So it's not so much of a reflection on diligent enforcement as it is on the tobacco company's willingness to dispute certain aspects of diligent enforcement. So they can withhold that money, and they did not.
So they might start that up again next year.
Yes, yeah, and that can happen any year, and it's very difficult to predict what they might dispute.
But would you say that the projections, when you come here next January or as we do our revenue projections, it's going to probably settle back down. You're probably going to come in settling back down to the 40 million-ish or
less.
or less.
So the current projections for the upcoming year is at 40 million. I submitted a memo, and I believe that
Okay.
was the number in
Right.
that memo.
Right.
Again, whenever we give an estimate, I'd like to emphasize that it is a rough estimate because
Right.
it's so difficult to predict all of these variables.
Let me just, one other thought. So is part, you said something about COVID. So are you saying that we theorized that did more people smoke during that period?
That's exactly right. More people smoke, and more people might shift to more premium cigarettes when they do smoke. Any of those factors would raise it. The inflation also has raised it, and whether that's attributable to COVID or not, I can't speak to, but that's also a factor in the aftermath that has raised the payment.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Representative Tucker.
Representative Gamarlo and I had a bill that got sort of shifted aside because of the pandemic, and it disappeared in the process, as happened to so many of us with bills that spring. But it had to do with finding out whether we're really spending the money effectively for prevention of starting smoking. So it would be, rather than on the end of getting people who were smokers, getting them to quit, it would be focused to see whether we're properly focusing on those who have not yet started smoking, which, as we know, starts pretty young. And that disappeared. But is there a chance to look at this extra revenue and see whether we could divert some of it into its original intent, which was having less smoking in New Hampshire and focusing on young people and finding what are the effective programs that keep people from smoking? I know there are those who think this, that, and the other drug leads people to addictive drugs. But smoking really is the first gateway to other substance use. And it bothers me terribly in the North Country to drive around into populated villages, towns, and cities and see young people smoking. As a former smoker, I know how hard it is to give it up and how much damage it does. So do you have anything to do with how the money is spent, or can encourage people who do to really understand that we have extra revenue this year that could be directed to this very important place?
Thank you for the question. I don't have any ability to send that money anywhere. I provide estimates when it's provided. I can't speak to, policy questions about what should happen with that money.
That
Do you
really is a
remember
lot-
that bill? And it was part of many things that
It's a
disappeared.
legislative, obviously it's a legislative requirement, not the Justice Department's requirement. But yeah, that was the year where so many bills wound up not even having a hearing in the Senate, and they just disappeared.
At
I
the
had a
ti-
few of them.
At the
There's-
time, I thought it would probably be the most important thing I did as a legislator.
Right. I've had bills that
because
disappeared too.
We're talking about the life expectancy of young people here in New Hampshire.
No, that's fine.
So maybe you could follow up on that.
Who? Yeah. Well, let Chris,
I just wanted to comment that in statute, the first 40 million of the settlement is deposited in the education trust fund. So the legislature has already determined what's to happen with the first 40 million. Any balance above 40 million will be deposited into the general fund. And then it's up to the legislature to determine how to spend that money. And that's done through the operating budget and through legislative specials. And I think you probably have seen a number of legislative specials this session that have appropriated funds for certain purposes.
hang on, Representative Almy. Did you have a question of Chris?
I guess it was for you and just for maybe them. I think one of the factors you said that changed the amount of the trust fund is for lack of a word, proportionality of usage across states that are part of the part of the master settlement agreement. So with the change in the mass law and the flavor tax and banning all those flavor, driving everybody in New Hampshire, drive up what our numbers would look like, even though they're not necessarily New Hampshire residents, would that change the percentage and give us more money and Massachusetts less money?
Isn't that formula set? Isn't that, why don't you cover that? Historically, it's been set. It doesn't matter where the smoking occurs now. That's my understanding.
This is a good question, and it is set. So every state has a set allocation, and this money we don't actually receive straight from the tobacco companies. They all deposit it into an account, and then that account gets distributed and dispersed to the states based on those set allocated percentages.
Right. So New Hampshire residents can stop smoking. I mean, Massachusetts people can stop buying cigarettes here. We're still going to get the same allocation. Is that safe to say?
We would get the allocation that is allocated to us based on percentage. If it changes, if certain laws were to change the total consumption of cigarettes across the United States, then that could change the amount that we receive.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Almy, you had a question too.
Well, just a comment about the previous one. I believe that the state of New Hampshire gives absolutely nothing to tobacco prevention. It's possible that there's a very, very small amount in HHS money but this is coming in this year, so it will be part of the surplus next year when the budget is decided. So someone would have to bring in a bill such as the one that you had then. And, yeah. Right. And as
directed towards prevention. And a lot of effort is spent on getting people to give up smoking. And there are products that people buy. And so there are groups that are incentivized to get people to stop smoking because they produce those medications or processes. But the young people part is much more difficult, and it would take a relationship between the Department of Education and Health and Human Services, because these are mostly people, of course, who are still have not graduated from high school.
Representative Tucker, as you know, they have nothing to do with
yeah.
that was for the committee then. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay, that's what.
I think it's easy to, we focus on whether having certain kinds of charitable gaming and so forth results in addiction. But this is a problem that's been on for many years, and we still have it, and we do have income that can be directed to solving it. So it seems to me that we're missing an opportunity, and maybe it's because we hear about the funds in May rather than at the beginning of the legislative season where we're coming up with bills. I don't know, but I hold myself partly accountable for letting it.
You're not wrong. I mean, the original, you could say that the original intent of all this was for the money was supposed to be used for prevention and all of that. And treatment.
And treatment
Absolutely.
for people who got
Absolutely.
illnesses because of smoking.
And this predates you and I being in the legislature, maybe. I'm not you,
No,
Representative
I
Almy,
was
but
there when
right. And-
3 million was put in by a senator, and the next year the senator wasn't there and they took it out.
So I think I just wanted to sort of encourage the whole committee to be thinking
Okay.
about this,
No.
because there aren't very many problems in the state that can be solved by money that is readily available. Directed at, that's hard to do. So we have affordable housing as a problem. Where do we get money?
Representative Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just offer a potential amendment to your bill coming forward, that you expand the scope of that unused money. If you look at the social determinants of health, nearly 70% of every healthcare dollar is spent on personal choices that end up in medical treatment. So it's not just smoking, it's alcohol use, it is obesity, it is drugs, it is speeding. So you could actually potentially expand your bill to include other areas beyond just the cigarette smoking. So that's a huge nut when you think about healthcare. And 70% of our healthcare dollar is spent on preventative illnesses and diseases that we, based on our personal choices. So just a thought.
Representative Murphy, I actually agree with you 100%. It is those personal habits that create a good amount of our healthcare costs. Big number. Representative Burstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for testifying. Shortly before you all came into the room, we were discussing the FDA and the potential ban on mentholated cigarettes and flavored cigars. I'd love to hear your comments on that. If that goes into effect, would we see the MSA estimate increase as people hoard Swisher Sweets and Newports prior to the ban? I'd just love to hear your thoughts.
That's also a good question. I could submit a memo to update on the predicted effect of that. It could affect the eventual payment in several different ways. If people shift to smoking cigarettes, then it would obviously increase due to the volume increase. If people stop smoking so many cigarettes, then it would decrease it. With something like that, it's difficult to predict how people might smoke, because with COVID, people could have smoked more or they could have smoked less, and fear of not going out and purchasing cigarettes. So it's difficult to predict how any specific policy change might affect smoking. But the underlying question is how many cigarettes are being sold, how much profit is being made, what's inflation doing?
Let me ask you.
Yes.
Okay. How about nicotine vaping products? Was that wrapped into the settlement? Is that considered part of or is it just strictly cigarettes? Do you know off the top of your head?
Vaping products do not contribute to the
They're
MSA
not contribute.
payment,
Okay.
but they are regulated. So one of the things that our office does is we collect wholesaler reports to determine how many cigarettes are being sold. And so vaping companies, which are required to register with the Department of Revenue, are required to submit wholesaler reports if they're registered as a wholesaler with the Department of Revenue to us. So
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Almy.
Yeah, are those reports confidential or could we get them?
I do know that the MSA sales numbers are confidential. I'm not sure about the reports. I would have to look that up.
I mean, particularly the vaping reports, because we have no way of knowing what's going on with that market at this point.
I can tell you that the only thing that vaping companies are required to report on those reports are how many cigarettes they sell. So,
Oh, cigarettes.
so when we receive the reports, I'm not sure that they would be particularly
right.
informative as to what's happening to the vaping market.
Okay. Okay. I think we're all set. Well, thank you both very much for being here. Good seeing you again. If I recognized you. You were on the marijuana commission with me, right? One of them. The 5G commission, right? Right. I forget my commissions now. Which one? Right. Okay. Thank you both. And okay, committee. Oh, thank you.
Thanks so much for your time.
And thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. What I want to do now with the committee is probably may take 10 minutes. It may take 15 minutes. So if you don't mind, we want to talk about. We have two Senate messages that we need to deal with. I'm just going to go down the things that I've dealt with. But by the way, an update on Army, the $1 million. It was attached to a labor bill, which was a mistake. The speaker ruled it non-germane. Then Senator Guida has attached it to a Senate bill over there it's I think it passed, and I guess it was a House bill because it was a House bill over there, and and it's a Veterans Affairs bill. It's not germane, but it doesn't matter over there if it's germane or not. So, and I talked to Representative Baldessaro, gave him a heads up that, you know, we want this to pass. So that's the update on that one. And there'll probably be a committee, a conference on that in Veterans Affairs, but I threw my 2 cents in with Rep. Baldessaro. The one other note I want to make before I get into these other things is the Commission on Worldwide Reporting. It's going to be, I guess I'm going to chair it. Norm asked me to chair it. I'm going to chair it. Representative Spilsbury and then Representative Schomburg is going to be on it. Whenever we meet, because we're going to bring experts in. We're still waiting for the other appointments. We had in that bill that we would have certain experts in on the panel with us. When we call these meetings, we'll make sure the whole committee knows. If you can make it, again, we viewed it as education for the whole committee, what we did in the commission format. So just keep an eye on your emails over the summer period, because we're probably going to get started. Hopefully get started in June, but we'll see. We already worked. We House Bill 355, the Keno bill. We had talked about in the committee. We asked for a committee conference. The conferees are going to be Abrami, Spilsbury, Janagian, and Ames. I think they're all aware of this, and I do want to talk to everybody after we're done today. The 3 others and myself to pick a date that's good for us to talk to the Senate next week. So that one's done. Then we had House Bill 624, which was had to do with SEC fees. It was a science and tech bill. I was just asked to talk to Representative Vos. I looked at the bill. The amendment that was done by the Senate had nothing to do with revenue fees or anything like that. It was on other stuff. They're going to be asking for a committee of conference with the Senate, and we're not going to be represented in that. Then House Bill 1339, Winnipesaukee River Basin, remember that bill? 1339. And we were second committee, and Representative Ranzillo was the chair of that committee. I talked to him. Again, there was nothing in that bill that impacted us in terms of what the Senate did. So I said, whatever you guys want to do. And so they're going to concur. This is just informational at this point. House Bill 1584, the County Fair Bill, which is very recent. We all remember. The Senate changed that to $250,000 for the 1 year, and that they'd have to come back and ask every year for the $250. Now, what happens when we were second committee on that? Normally, the Paul Smith, the clerk, will notify the chair of the second committee to make sure you talk to the first. He didn't do that. I saw him yesterday. I said, this one actually had the money part, but it turns out I was going to call Representative Pearl anyway. Just the bottom line on that is that he had reached out to Representative Ladd, who was the prime sponsor, and the Commissioner Jasper, and they're both okay with it. So they're going to concur with that. But that's just as an update for the committee as to what's happened to some of our bills. Then there's 2 others, and Representative Almy actually brought. Say again?
It'll be in the budget or not.
The 250 is going to be.
250, it won't be every year.
No, it'll just be a one-time. They have to ask every budget. Exactly. The fund stays. I mean, the part of the bill that came to us because of the fund, established the fund. What the fund is there, they're gonna seed it with 250. It's not going to be 250 a year until we hit the million. Remember that part of it. All right. So now I think you gave me a heads up on this, Representative Almy, and that tomorrow there's some Senate Bill 313 and Senate Bill 316. One was, the first 13 was these are all recent. Professional office fees bill that Representative Almy put basically an administrative cleaning on it. low probability that they could ask for a committee on conflicts because we amended their bill. They could, but we'll have to act on the floor. We'll, in terms of appointing, if they ask for a committee, I'll on the floor tomorrow, I will, or Thursday, I'll pick up, you'll probably be on that one, because we're 17-0.
Yeah, and it was executive departments.
And right, there's,
It's basically their.
oh, it is theirs, right, it is theirs, so we wouldn't be involved in that. Although I would talk to the representative, the chair of that committee. But, and then 316, the Lucky 7 bill, where I put that full R amendment on, I can't foresee them asking for a committee on that, but they could. So I'm just throwing that out. Okay, so the two that we have to really talk about are House Bill 1221, which was the rates of business profit tax. And that was the bill. It was a bit of a partisan bill. Okay, 7.6 to 7.5. I was trying to be nice about it. So you have what the Senate did is that you have the side by side here in front of you. 12. This one. What they did is, if you just read the bold didn't show out in the but in that first section on the Senate version, this bill also provides for a one-time payment by the state of an amount equal to 7.5% of required political subdivision employer contributions made to the state retirement system for Group 1 teachers and all Group 2 members. So my understanding was that the 7.5 passed the House and it made it over to the Senate in the ways, whatever committee, I'm assuming Ways and Means, killed it. But then there was a floor amendment to add the 7.5 one time next year. Okay. And I think someone told me it was in honor of Rennie.
Yes.
It was
his bill.
It was his bill, so that they decided to do that, which is fine. So I said, well, and then the only question I had was, how much money are we talking about here? And it turns out it's around 28 million. I've been in conversation with Representative Almy about this, and then she said, well, is that an actuarial number? And it turns out we've changed the way we do this. It used to be, and you can weigh in, my friend in the back there, Chris. We would ask the actuaries a lot of times, can you do this? A bill's going, what's the impact? And they wouldn't charge us. And then at one point they said, wait a minute. This is a lot of work. We're going to charge you. We're going to charge the state every time we did one of these before the bill actually became, passed. So, so they did not do an actuarial number on this, just FYI. I mean, it's going to be in the ballpark. I mean, it wasn't like they didn't pull a number out of the air. The people who know kind of estimated probably be a couple of million either way, which in the grand scheme of things is nothing. So I have no problem with this, but I said to myself, 28 million, maybe I should talk to the speaker. So I talked to the speaker. I actually brought Chris up with me at one point because he was confused between this one and another. There was another pension one that was like 42 million. He's all straightened out now. So, and I said, okay, chief, I didn't call him chief, but what's your guidance? Cause I said, I'm willing to concur depending on the committee, but, on this. And he said, well, I'll let you know tomorrow, meaning today. So I don't know, but so I just want it's a one-time thing. Obviously we'd like to see the bill saved because we want to see that 7.6 go to 7.5. At the very least, what I'll say to the speaker, if he says, no, I'm going to pull if the speaker says no problem with the 28 million, because let me tell you, he pulled out a spreadsheet, just understand. And the reason I purposely asked him because I know there's a lot of asks right now, a lot of asks. And he had a spreadsheet as to, there's only so much that can be spent. And So I was just making sure that that was on his list. But, you know, this 28, without us saying, you know, let's do this. So, um, so I just want to get the sense. I mean, is everybody okay with the 28 million being added? The pension thing.
You know, Patrick, I don't have a problem with the 28 million being added. I have a problem with it just being a one-year retirement contribution. How can towns go next year when they set their budgets if they don't know if they're going to get another retirement contrition? I understand where you're coming from.
This was an our issue. I'm just
I
saying,
understand.
a totally non-germane
Yeah.
amendment attached to our bill here. So I don't really, you know, Representative Tucker, you had your hand up. No, I was just one of those. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because we could talk all day about this, and you know, we don't have all day. Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I only saw this on Sunday evening, but just reading the prefatory language, there's a whole bunch of legislative findings. I take it as an intent that it would represent a one-time curtailment of the real property tax so that it wouldn't affect the calculations that go into the spending side of the municipal budget. And having been on a town finance committee, that's the way I would read it.
Yeah, so some of the hands, Representative Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had a conversation with Senator Guide over in Ways and Means in the Senate, and a lot of this was around the concern of ongoing expenses in an unknown economy. And the fact that we don't know we're going to have $28 million with everything else that's going on right now down the road, but we do know we have it right now. And so let's do what we can for the best purposes of the towns and cities, which give them the 7.5, reevaluate, and then decide whether we can continue this on. And I think, again, it's one-time monies. This appropriation, this was a swap from the $28 million that we already associated the bill that we sent over. So it was already earmarked. But the one we sent over was earmarked year after year after year after year. This one is just, we know we have funds now. Let's give it to the towns, help them out, and we'll see what's going on. You know, we were talking about recessions earlier today with DRA. So nobody knows what's going on, and putting in uncertainty of a guarantee year over year versus let's give them what we know we can guarantee right now and then figure out where to move on from there was what the Senate was looking at.
Okay, any other hands?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Representative Burstein, then Representative.
Thank you. The language says 7.5% of both the normal and accrued liability contributions. The normal I'm comfortable with. The accrued liability contributions, can you explain that to me a little bit?
I wish I knew. Again, this is not our thing. I mean, I don't know. Chris, do you have any insight into that?
I'm not sure I have a lot to offer, but I think the intent is to just make it clear that it's the entire employer contribution amount that includes Group 2 and Group 1 teachers. That would be 7.5% of that. As many people are aware, the employer contribution is broken into the current year amount that you pay plus the unfunded liability aspect or the accrued liability aspect. And that's where you get your percent that they have to pay as a portion of retirement. So I think that the language just is to be clear that it's the whole number, not just the current year amount, which is a lesser number. So like, I'm just going to use an example. You know, if your employer contribution is 30% of that amount, maybe 25% is taking care of the unfunded liability aspect, and 5% is what's your current liability. So they're just saying, let's make sure we take care of or include the full amount when we do this calculation to say, let's do 7.5%. But I would be happily be corrected by somebody with more knowledge than myself.
It just, as I fear that it could be read as 7.5% of the accrued liability, meaning not just the current portion of that liability, but the whole enchilada, which would be
I
a
doubt that. I
ridiculous
don't think
amount.
they make that kind of mistake.
If right, so if you recall the bill that the House passed that started in 24, so it was a 7.5. It's the same, basically, essentially the same idea what you have in front of you now. The cost of that in terms of the fiscal note was just around $28 million. The same language was there around the accrued liability and current. So again, I believe the intent is to make it clear to the retirement system that when they set their rates, it's based on this accrued liability as well as your current liability, that's the number or percent they want to be using when they calculate this 7.5% towards the community's revenue sharing or contribution. But I don't believe it would be, to your concern, I don't think they're going to take the $5 billion of unfunded liability and say, we're going to use that as the base number and figure out what we need in 1 year to give out to the communities. It's smoothed out over a period of time.
Okay, I didn't mean to be pedantic. I just wanted to be cautious.
All right, Representative Almy.
The House, this is the House position. This is the House position because it passed the House as a multi-year commitment, a permanent commitment. And the Senate took, I believe, exactly the same language
I think they did. I heard that.
and
Yes.
and took it down to a single year. It's supposed to be paid out in the 22-23 budget. As of the first, it becomes effective July 1 of this year. But that at least gives the towns, I think all the towns will have done their budget for 23. Huh? We do them in March and some places do them in June. Or I guess some of the cities do them in November. Yeah, you do too. Huh. Yeah, calendar year, right. I guess ours is calendar year too. I can't remember. But at least that means that they've got 6 months to know that they have that money for 1 year and what are they going to do with it. But,
Well, I didn't really plan on a big debate on this because either it's going to happen or it's not.
what? Yes. Oh, right.
Right. That's the.
But
that's
one of the things they could come up with was not to spend it and lower their tax rate.
All right. Okay. So
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. Right.
right.
Yes.
When they-
Except for when it comes up that the next year you have to add that back in and people see their taxes going up when they wouldn't have.
And they actually call it the Property Tax Relief Act of 2022.
Yeah.
So what happens at the House position that we voted on just this past week, where we reinforce, the idea there will be multi-year?
We didn't vote on that last week, did we?
That
I
wasn't
thought,
last week. It was earlier.
It was before that. It went to the Senate and the Senate considered it.
They considered it. They
Yeah.
killed it in the committee.
Yeah.
It was on the floor that Senator Bradley, somewhere behind the back room somewhere, there was discussion and they decided to resurrect it using the same language, but for 1 year.
Yeah.
And it was on the floor of the Senate that this was passed.
And I think that they either interim studied or they tabled it.
What's that?
He was
That's what I thought. So, Representative O'Brien was up last week and made presentation on this that we voted on.
That we put it onto a Senate bill? Ah,
Representative Abrami, may I
Yeah. if you-
interject?
Yes.
So the House bill that went over to the Senate, they essentially killed that, either tabled or ITL'd it, and then their proposal back to the House is what you're debating right now. Last week, the House reaffirmed its position and attached a floor amendment to Senate Bill 333, which basically would provide the 7.5% starting in 2024, and it would happen every year thereafter. Basically, the House position that was in your House bill that went over. So there is a Senate bill that has that position on it. I don't know what the status of that might be at this time, but
But for them,
do-
for them to take this though and add it to this, attach it to one of our bills, because it was convenient, they just found a bill to attach it to. It doesn't matter if it's germane or not. So that's what they did.
right. Do you remember which committee is in charge of 333 if it comes back from the Senate?
yeah,
ED&A?
correct. But again, we haven't. I don't believe anybody's heard what the Senate intends on doing, if they're going to concur, non-concur, and non-concur, or request a committee conference. So,
Right.
they essentially could say that we've provided our position in House Bill 1221, and that we don't want to do anything with this bill.
But if
Senate Bill
they
333.
like 333 the way they had it on and decide to ask for a committee of conference, then the committee that sent the bill is the one that has to respond at the end of the day tomorrow when the Senate sends over their stuff.
This could be one of the ones that comes back to us.
Right.
Right. We don't know. We don't know that yet. We don't know.
Question.
Yes.
Is the Senate Bill 333 attachment for the same, you said fiscal year 24 moving forward. Is this bill fiscal year 23 that we're talking about right now?
So what you have before you is the Senate's position on providing a municipal contribution for 1 year. They didn't agree with providing it year after
And
year.
that year is fiscal year 23.
And the Senate's position was to provide that in 23 so that it could be
I
used to.
understand that. So then the other bill is for a period of time that starts in fiscal year 24.
That's correct.
So they're really not in conflict with one another. This bill stands on its own.
Yeah.
And, we
Good,
can,
good point.
I think we all concur in it. And
Right.
just let it
Yeah,
go.
yeah. I think we've okay. We all concur. But stay tuned. We'll see what happens with the speaker in terms of, and I'll let everybody know. All right, let's move on to the next. Let's move on to the next bill real quick. We had a preliminary conversation about House Bill 1097, and that was relative to the taxation of income of New Hampshire residents when working remotely for an out-of-state employee or employer. And the Senate modified the language, and there's a side-by-side on that. It's this one, and the key thing is the language in that first block there, and I think Representative Spilsbury, you addressed that the last time we met. Representative Ames, I think you said you needed more time to think about it. But they took out the, let me ask Representative Spilsbury for it. They took out 70
I can
to-
give you a very quick.
on what,
path.
and they took those out.
The changes are in the caption 78F1, where we had purpose, they've added declaration. And that goes to comments that Representative Almy had made, I believe, about whether purpose was sufficient enough to state that we're actually changing our position. Anyway, they added the phrase income in the fourth line from employer-employee relationships such as wage income, salary income, or other employee compensation. And they changed earned and received to earned or received. And they changed in the second to last line, may to shall. And I think they were very responsive to the suggestions that were made to them. I'm
Right.
pleased with the language. I think it very much improves what we had done. And so I recommend it.
Right. By the way, the gray highlighting when we make copies goes away. That's a problem.
Yeah.
We have to use something else when we make Xerox, because it's gray highlighting also indicates, and the original, I don't know what I did with the original, but the original was, I could clearly see the gray lines, but how about 78F2 and 3? Is that, you okay with that being eliminated? Okay.
Yes, they're deleted because they simply are surplusage. By making the description of what tax we are talking about more clear in lines 4 and 5, then it becomes completely unnecessary to distinguish this tax from the business tax.
Okay, good. Janagan has a hand up first, Representative Janagan, then Almy, and then I'll get to Dick.
We
I'll get to
probably
you.
have the same question.
So I know when we brought this forth in the House, we got buy-in from the Attorney General and DRA. Representative Spilsbury, do we know if DRA and the Attorney General have bought into this new language?
And the answer is yes. Keen was here earlier. I was going to point to him now, but he's the one who specifically fashioned these words in response to the request from the Senate committee. And he ran them by me before taking them back to the Senate, and I think they're excellent.
Okay. Representative Almy, then.
I guess just to make sure of this, he also agreed with taking out the second and third sections.
Yes, explicitly.
Representative Ames.
Yeah, I think it's fine what's been proposed on the Senate side. And I think the business profits tax sections that they took out are appropriately taken out. They created confusion in my mind anyway, and set us up for a sort of counterattack, if you will, by states that might be subject to this, that we were being two-sided about this, that we had one standard for ourselves and another standard for the other guys. So that wasn't a good posture. I think it's more carefully tailored now. It's a simple statement of the sovereign interests of the state of New Hampshire that relates to personal income taxation and an employer-employee relationship. I think that's fine. I don't know whether it's going to in the end prove helpful for anything, but I see no harm and potential benefits.
Okay. So, without objection, I'm going to recommend concur. Okay?
Right.
Okay, we'll do that.
Can I ask, the committee wants to concur with 1221. If the speaker comes back to you today and says we shouldn't, do we just overturn what we just did?
That's why I said, we didn't really definitively, I didn't do what I just did then. I said I will certainly relay to him that we're concur. Again, it's 28 million. He had the master, he had the big picture. We don't have the big picture of all the money that wants to be spent. What if he says, I doubt, it's a low probability he's going to say no. Okay, so we'll just have to deal with it. And I'll obviously get a note out to everybody.
Who is writing his?
And I'm going to go actually at lunchtime here now. I'm going to run over and I'll probably have more news. Let's continue the discussion this afternoon, because this could be. I will do what I can do, but I'm going to go over now, catch him. There's a chair vice chair meeting that starts at 1. I know I could catch him in the hallway before, but I'm going to go over there now and talk to him. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just had a follow-up question about HB 1097.
Yes.
The statement that Representative Spilsbury just made was that the DRA has okayed the language changes, and that sounds great, but I was just wondering if the AG's office actually weighed in?
I think they were aware, right?
It's my understanding from my conversation with Keen Wong that he did specifically run this by the AG, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that. I believe that's correct.
When he was here, again, this is the second time we're talking about this change. Keen was here for that first, and I think he did say that he passed it by the AG, my recollection. Oh, okay.
I mean, I think if the intent was that, you know, this is the AG's recommendation to put us in the strongest position to potentially litigate this issue in the future, and now we're changing the language from what they had previously okayed, that we should probably get them to weigh in.
Yeah, I can't specifically rebut your comment, but I would suggest that the AG liked what we did in the first instance. The AG did not take part in requesting the addition of the two additional provisions relating to business profits tax and business enterprise tax. So this, if anything, strengthens what they had already agreed to. I can't imagine that if we asked them that they wouldn't approve of it. So that's just speculation, but I think pretty confident speculation.
Well, we'll see if we can track them down today, but, you know, it's hit and miss if the right people are there. But I think we hit, because we're under pressure now to today, they want to know, the clerk, Paul Smith, wants to know what our positions are on these, not just us, all the committees. So, all right, I'll try to see what I can do.
Who
During lunch.
is creating, I hope it's finance, is creating the list that the speaker is looking at of what we can afford?
He has this big master list.
Because it isn't us.
It says
and-
ARPA money, has infrastructure money, federal, and then he has state surplus money, three big things. It's a big spreadsheet that he's got. So that's what he's working off of. And I'm sure he's in conversation with Representative Umberger about that.
And the BEA and a few other places.
All right. All right, well, we're gonna have, 38 minutes. Because we have guests coming in, so we convene at 1 o'clock. Okay, why don't we get started? We have with us Terrence, and of course I left the names. You have a sheet with the names on? Yeah, thank you. Anyway, we have Amy Duhame, the Chief Tax Officer, and I think the Commissioner,
Good afternoon, Chris Nicolopoulos, the Commissioner of Insurance.
right? Thank you. And Amy.
Hi, I'm Amy Duhame. Thanks for having me today.
So this is just like a mid-course, just update on what you're seeing and understanding. There was a handout that they provided that was in the packet that we had earlier. So the floor is yours.
Okay, so y'all got your handout. I'll go through it with you. And today's purpose, we're going to touch on and review our revenue sources and why they're coming in at approximately $26 million over the plan.
Well, we won't complain about that too much.
No,
So,
no complaints
thank
here.
you.
So the majority of our revenue is from our licensed companies and our risk retention groups, what we call the admitted market. And the property and casualty lines of business are taxed at 1.25%, whereas the accident and health lines are taxed at 2%. So we collect tax returns from approximately 1,200 insurance companies that are due on or before March 15th of each year. In accordance with our statutes, the companies will pay the premium taxes that are due for the calendar year 2021. And then we subtract out the estimated payment that they paid on their prior year's tax return. And then we collect an estimated prepayment tax for the calendar year 2022. So if we look at the next page, you'll see here that I've laid out what we've submitted for projections based on our tax base, our tax credits, and fee data. So for fiscal year 22, we have 130 million, and fiscal year 2023, we projected 135 million, excuse me. So on the next page, we're gonna dive a little deeper and go into what those numbers actually mean. So on the left-hand column, you'll see the 130 million that we had projected, and next to that is what we expect fiscal year end to look like as of June 30th. We're expecting a bottom line of 156.8 million. So if we start with our top line here, we'll go through our calculation, which is our premium tax liability for the calendar year 2021. We will have expected to collect 126.2 million. And then we take away the prepayment that is applied from their previous year's tax return, which was 117.5 million. And then on the third line, you'll see the prepayment for the following year. So this is their estimated tax that they're paying upfront for calendar year 2022. And you'll see that line is always going to be the same as the top line because they're paying 100% of their current year's tax liability upfront. Then we are expecting to collect 5.9 million premium tax from the non-admitted market, which brings our total projected fiscal year in revenue to $140.8 million. Our licenses, fees, and penalties, we expect to be about 26.2 million. These are, you know, rather high compared to what we've seen in the past. We feel with the pandemic and more people working remotely, that they were more apt to get licensed across different states. On the other hand, a lot of them may have let their licenses lapse. So when they went to renew, they were paying at twice the cost because their license had lapsed. And all these producers and adjusters are paying on a 2-year term. So we wouldn't expect to see quite as high numbers next year. We also had a one-time unprecedented collection of administrative fees where we collected an additional $500,000 from the appointment of producers. And then we collected penalties by our enforcement division. And these vary greatly every year, very hard to predict. 2021, we collected almost $500,000, whereas in 2020, we only collected 85,000. So due to the nature of the enforcement division, it's hard to predict what type of penalties they may enforce. On the next page, it's informational purposes of our premium tax base, which is based on premium written. The companies wrote over $7 billion worth of premium in New Hampshire, and you'll see from the pie chart that that's split fairly equally between the property and casualty lines and the health lines at about 40%. However, you know, more of the tax is collected on the health side. Like I mentioned, they are taxed at a higher rate of 2%. So on the next page, currently
Do
where
you
we're
have any
at,
idea how many products or companies or products that are being taxed? I mean, is it hundreds,
Well,
thousands?
There are 1,200
companies, yeah,
1,200 companies. Okay.
right, that are submitting a
That are
tax
submitting.
return.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So as of April 30th, our favorable variance was 26.2 million, 18 million of that in premium tax and 8.2 million of that in fee revenue. And like I mentioned, you know, the increase is primarily due to a significant increase in the tax base, which is those premiums written, which increased 8% from prior year, calendar year 2020. Other factors we have impacting the growth in premiums are primarily the pandemic and how it's lasted longer than we expected, and the impacts, the economic impacts that it's made for both the labor and the housing market, which eventually affect the insurance market.
Yes, Representative Rami.
Yeah, on how much of that taxable premiums was due to more premiums versus premiums being more expensive?
Oh, the rates versus the rate increases. I don't have an exact figure for that.
I don't think we have an ability to discern what is increase in premiums on existing business and on new business. I think we can anecdotally we know that more life insurance policies have been written. The increase we've seen isn't premium increase; it's people who during the pandemic thought maybe I should get life insurance. I think likewise we've seen an increase in health premium that is not consistent with rate increase. It is consistent with more covered lives. And I think also that is partly driven because of the economy, the strength of the economy, and partly driven because during the pandemic, people opted to keep their coverage in place.
Okay. So as we've mentioned, the favorable variance in fees is attributable to the producer and adjuster licensing fees, which we don't feel will stay at the same levels. What we'll see for the months of May and June, the revenue growth will slow down as at this time we are processing refunds for overpayments on the tax returns. And when we take a look at what fiscal year end will look like, we are projecting, like I said, the 26.8 million, and that's on a cash basis. So the final results that will be reported in the annual comprehensive financial report are on a modified accrual basis. So those we expect to see at about 22.4 million. The next page is simply 5-year historic information of our actual results reported in the annual comprehensive financial report versus what we had planned. And you'll see those do fluctuate year after year, where some years they're up, some years they're down. And
Representative Rami has a question.
okay.
It's not really a question. It's just for the ones who weren't here through all of this in the past. The change in the revenues is doubled in years where the revenues go up and halved when they go down. So When they go up one year, they usually go down the next. Because they are required to pay this year's tax at the beginning of next year, that is the next day. And then next year, if their revenues are lower, they are getting back tax that they'd overpaid, which is what you're going to be dealing with soon.
Correct.
So it's very
Exactly.
disconcerting, and it happened because the Senate wanted to cut the casualty and property taxes. And they didn't want to have to pay for the tail, and so they required that we pay only once a year instead of 4 times a year. So we have no information until April.
Yep. Thank you for that explanation. On the next slide, want to take a look at the April results, as they are $4 million below plan, and that's due to our transfer that we made to the Granite Advantage Healthcare Trust Fund. Having a negative is typical for April because of this transfer that we make every year. So we are collecting premium tax from the 3 managed care organizations that have contracted with the HHS to place business in the Granite Advantage Healthcare Fund. And then we need to transfer that revenue to DHHS by April 15th. So you'll see a decrease every April. It's important to note that if more tax is collected for the program, then more tax is transferred for the program. So therefore, it has a net zero impact on our projections. We did project.
Rami has a question again.
Yeah, this one is a question. Do you remember when this expires? Because it was time limited, this deal that was made by the Senate again.
I think there's one more year on the current funding structure.
Yep. So we had anticipated the transfer to be 8.6 million. Premiums came in higher than we were expecting, so we did end up transferring 10.2 million, which resulted in a 1.6 million variance. And then the remaining variance there is comprised of the refunds on the overpayments that we've started, and timing of collections of taxes from the non-admitted market, and the fees. And that's basically a recap of fiscal year 2022. Do you have more questions?
Well, it's positive outlook. Representative Almy.
Do you have any thoughts on 23?
That's a tough one. We spent a lot of time with our team. I think some things happened in last year that we didn't anticipate. We didn't anticipate that life premiums would go up 10%, that the health premiums would go up as much as they did 6%. I think that's going to moderate some. We think that's going to moderate some. And as Representative Almy pointed out, when a line moderates, we experience a double reduction. So not only would we anticipate half of the increase in new premium that we saw this year going away if everything stayed the same, any reduction gets experienced double down. And so because of that, I think the 135 million that we have planned is appropriate for a safe estimate. Could it be 140 million? Yeah, I think that. But I think those numbers are as good as we can guess, because we don't know if people are going to stay with those life products that they purchased while they were worried in the pandemic. We're seeing unemployment numbers that are shockingly low. Each year, we see premium for our workers' comp stagnate. It's about 200 million a year, year after year, even as average pay in New Hampshire goes up, even as unemployment goes down. And that's it's offset because we have a very safe workforce here in New Hampshire. I think there'll be some increase in P&C lines because of inflation, but that may be offset by actual projections of investment income, which will be shocking for insurance companies to start planning for investment income again. I know that's a lot of words to not say a whole lot, but I feel confident in the 135 that we've already presented to you.
Thank you. Any other questions? So the Granite Advantage Healthcare Fund, Trust Fund, is the last thing in that handout we got. So in terms of where the statute that relates to this. So any other questions? Oh boy, seeing none. Well, thank you. Before you leave, Commissioner, there's one familiar face in the audience here that we hear is retiring. We'd like to, can you just?
Let her come on. Actually, Norma has retired. Norma
Oh,
Stallings retired this summer, but we convinced her to come back part-time through our tax season this
Right,
year.
right.
So she's been spending time transitioning our tax team of Amy,
Right.
James, and Jennifer Goodwin.
Yes,
Well,
I thank you. It's been a pleasure, serving and reporting to the committee over the last 12 years. In some respects, will miss it, but in other respects, it's time. It was time for me to move on, but I thank you all.
Well, I just want to say that you've done a great job over the years and, in explaining this to us. And, so every time you explain it, then a year later we have to ask similar questions, but, so I just want to give you a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
And, have a great retirement. Well, we have a gap
Oh,
of,
ooh, a long gap.
okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not going to take 40 minutes. I can probably thank you guys. So I did speak to the speaker. He was having a meeting he's going to go and have a meeting with Bradley. It was already scheduled. And he's going to talk to Bradley about it, is where it ended. So I know he's upstairs in 301 right now. Representative Lang, since he's chair of whatever, he's chair of agriculture or whatever, fishing game. That I told him to tap him on the shoulder on the way in to get it. But we have, unfortunately, is there any way we could get liquor come a little earlier? Yeah. Hmm. So, yeah, I don't know why this is an issue, but it shouldn't be. I think we're still okay, but I'll leave it at that. But, and I have a message in the Keene on the other thing. So, oh, no, that's the update. So actually, why don't we recess for, maybe come back at 10:02. Usually they show up a little early. We could probably start a little early.
I guess the finance leaders are probably in that meeting too, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go up there now.
Yeah.
Give me a chance to go. I'll corner it. Okay. Okay.
They passed it straight, didn't they?
All right.
I
All
thought
right,
they
so
passed it without amendment. Oh, they did put an amendment on it? Oh,
so
but the Senate passed.
let me give a quick Norm update. I talked to him. I didn't call him this weekend. You did.
Yeah.
I talked to him on the way home last night. His biggest problem now is his ankle. He can't put any weight on his ankle now. And now they think he tore some ligaments when he fell way back, in Easter.
Well, that and some infection in his lungs.
Yeah, but he had I don't know if it was a pulmonary. The doctor came in right before I talked to him. He said the doctor came in and said that's clearing up a little bit.
Yeah.
So that was good news. So, but we probably won't see him for a few weeks. Probably. Not when you fly. Not when you fall 3
Not, yeah,
steps
not
down.
when you're
and
flat on your back.
He's like, yeah.
He's alternating between a wheelchair and bed.
But he's still at the Whittier Rehab. He'll probably be discharged. He said he had an appointment with a surgeon next week. Now, if it's torn ligaments, the surgeons, do they reattach things? What? Usually not. Just let it heal, right? Right.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why he's going to see a surgeon, but maybe just a referral from later. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
But-
the day before he thought it was his heel, so.
It was. I thought he said ankle, but whatever.
Yeah.
It's down there.
Yeah. Right.
So,
Well, he shouldn't go home until he can
well, I'm sure they.
take some care of himself because
Right.
Brenda, I don't know if she can cope with
Well, the PT's been,
nurses.
they've been up and down steps. They've been getting him in and out of they have a mock-up car in the treatment area, getting in and out of a car. So, they're working on him. But I don't know. Well, let me run upstairs and I will hopefully have a report. Let's reconvene at 10:02. Liquor may be here a little early. Sometimes they do show up early. We can start early.
That'd
then.
be good.
So, okay. Thank you.
Ah.
early June. So 3 new stores, 3 new exciting opportunities to make additional funds. So obviously Tina's here. She works with the numbers every day, and she'll bring you through the numbers that were sent over. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tina Demers, CFO of the Liquor Commission. Before I walk you through the report that we provided, I first wanted to explain where we are year to date. The revenue numbers on the revenue focus show that we're actually under plan by 4.1 million or 3.7%, which is not the case because the 108 million on the year to date transfer includes the transfers to HHS to date. Our plan number only includes the 10.4 million per the section 17616, which is the 5% of the previous fiscal year's gross profit. The plan does not include the additional 8.7 million that's been transferred pursuant to RSA 126 AA3, because that's calculated quarterly during the fiscal year based on the Granted Advantage Healthcare Trust Fund needs for non-federal funding. So therefore, the revenue compared to plan is actually 116.7 million, an increase of 4.6 million, or 4.1%. Then you deduct the 8.7 million, and that leaves the 108 million that's transferred to the general fund. So we've actually laid out our presentation in the same manner. So if you look at FY22, line 1, which is the net revenue, the original plan we had at 148, we're now projecting 153.7 million. And if you deduct the 10.4 million, which is the 5% of our profits to HHS, that has a revised plan of 143.3 compared to the current plan, which is 137.6. So we have an increase of, or over plan of 5.7 million. And if you look at FY23, we have the same comparable increase of about 5.4 million we're projecting. So on line 6 is that additional funds that are being transferred or that have been transferred to HHS, the 8.7 million, and that would have the transfer to the general fund at 134.6 million. And then we have beer tax, which stays pretty consistent at about 13.2 million for a total general fund transfer of 147.8 million, and then 155.8 million in FY23. And then at the bottom, we did provide the language for the 2 transfers. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
In terms of the transfers, Chris provided us a sheet that showed that in July there was, if I'm doing this right, there was a transfer of 10 million and nothing in August, September, October, then 3.1 in November, 3.4 in December, nothing in January, then 2.5. Is it, how come it's not kind of spread evenly, or?
So the 10 million is the initial 5% of the prior year's profit that is transferred, and then the rest of it is based on HHS's need for the.
All right, it's the need, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So they do a quarterly assessment for the next 6 months, and then address or request the additional funds and the timing that they'll need it to make sure that they have enough funds in their account.
Okay. Mr. Valmy.
Yes, this is need to pay for Medicaid, right? Medicaid enhancement.
Yes, you can. Henry Lippin.
For the record, Henry Lippin, Medicaid Director. This is for the Granted Advantage Healthcare Program, the
expanded
expansion
Medicaid
population, of which today there's about 88,000 enrolled. Before the public health emergency, federal, it was 52,000, and that we'll talk about in our presentation.
Wait a minute. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, sorry.
Could
Yes.
I also ask?
Yes.
On your, I think, bonding the new stores as you build them?
We don't bond the new stores that were open. We do it as a partnership with our landlords, and we lease those locations.
Okay. Thank
That's
you.
all done through additional square footage in the first 10 years of the lease. And then it drops off at the 10-year period.
So you attribute the fact that we're doing better than projected uh, because we're opening new stores, but any other, maybe you said it, I was still thinking about the other thing when you first talked. So what other factors do you think are there? COVID's kind of, I know during the COVID period, we did a trade-off between what was sold in restaurants versus what was people buying at home, buying in your stores.
And
Is
we've
that leveled out now?
We've seen the switch. Well, actually, restaurants are up just under 40% at this point, about 38.4%. So we've seen a nice increase for those business partners. People are clearly going out and spending their money. And the only area of the business that seems to be lagging a little bit is our off-premise sales. So the grocery sales are down about 3%, 3.5% at this point. So people aren't necessarily buying their spirits at the grocery stores where they did during COVID for that convenience. They were up 13, 14%, where the restaurants were down at one point, 60%. But with the restaurants coming back 40%, which is great for them, and our stores are strong, as you can see, we're above plan, above what we projected.
I'm just thinking out loud here, and it's dangerous, that, could it be that when the price of hamburger goes up 50%, then when it comes to they get to the wine aisle, they go, I don't think so.
Well,
Do you think there could be a little bit of that going on?
I think there could be. I think the costs of everything have caused people to adjust their buying patterns.
Yeah, how about the cost of your products, your spirits and your wines? The wholesalers looking for, is it costing you more to procure, and then therefore passing it along to customers?
Those are done quarterly. The price increases are done quarterly. In this past quarter, there was some large increases.
Right.
What we're seeing is what they're saying is the transportation costs have risen exponentially. Products are sitting in the ports in other countries on ships. They're sitting when they get here, and time is money with those products. I mean, everything's got a vintage on it. There's another vintage behind it. There's one in front of it at the stores. So when those kind of pileups happen, you can, the cost of doing business just becomes exorbitant. Glass is a big piece of it as well, but transportation.
Say that again, glass?
Glass, the cost of glass, and for a while during COVID, especially toward the end, we were seeing a lot of our business partners bottle in plastic, especially larger companies, Jim Beam, Bacardi, Smirnoff. They were bottling in plastic because they just couldn't get the glass.
That's the first I heard about that, glass being a problem. Maybe formerly, yes, but now we're getting down to now the spirits too. Wow. Okay, Representative Murphy, then.
Well, thank you. Just a relatively simple question, I guess, is I was listening to you talk about, the stores being down, the grocery stores, but then the restaurants are up. Per bottle of alcohol, whatever it might be, is the revenue to the state the same, whether it's sold in a grocery store, one of your stores, restaurants, that they purchase? Is it the same revenue that comes into the state regardless of where it's sold?
No, because our cost to those the people who purchase it varies depending on. We do a whole separate quota of deals for grocery stores that aren't necessarily passed along to restaurants, and then we do restaurants get a discount depending on how they buy and if they buy from the warehouse, they get a 10% discount. And a lot of restaurants, especially the smaller independents, take advantage of the sales in our stores. So they're allowed to be able to come in and buy at those prices. So,
and just to follow up, I'm not trying to be facetious at all, but do you see a huge increase in the number of spin top bottles being sold versus cork bottles? And the reason I ask that, some people have complained to me and say, not because of where I'm sitting now, but they say, I can't get this open anymore, the cork in the bottle or something like that. Have you seen an increase in those sales?
the Stelvin closure is the twist off bottle, and that's clearly increased. and the consumers like them, and a lot of the wines are going to them. The finer wines tend not to go that way, but
They're a bit snobby.
yeah, well, a lot of, but a lot of companies are moving
Are they?
over to that.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Representative Ames.
Well, Total Wine has opened another store in Massachusetts. I think this will be their seventh, and but what they have clearly done is they've driven their prices up in Massachusetts, which allowed everybody else to go along with it. So we have seen their prices increase between 12 and 14% over the last 24 months. I think they took advantage of the COVID situation, knowing that people were at home and they're kind of the big retailer there. We've had some price increases, but we've tried to keep our advantage, and we advertise in the Globe usually once a month or twice a month to show those advantages. We're still between $2 and $12 on average, and on some higher priced items, we can be $30 or $40 cheaper than Total. So it is. It's interesting to see what they've done. Massachusetts has taken several price increases, which has clearly helped our business, and I think will help it into the future as well. And these new stores, the model works. People are buying, and the new store in Ringe, that's all business from Mass, and we're trying to stay as close to the borders and the highways as we can. We recognize that that's where a lot of our business comes from.
Can you tell from the credit cards, or how do you tell that there's Mass, or is it someone periodically look in the parking lot and see all the Mass plates?
We do surveys in the store. We usually do exit surveys in the store to see
Right.
where people are coming from.
Right.
Our advertising company, our marketing and PR company does that.
Right. Now, I think Representative Almy had her hand up first, then
Yeah.
Representative Murphy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd just say that they usually ask for the zip code.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't the last time. But I'm wondering, a large part of the lower part of the market especially has been domestic in the wine sectors, and most of that is coming from places that are ravaged by drought and fire. And do you have any idea how the California, Oregon market on production is going? Are they going to disappear on us, or?
No, I think a lot of the smaller wineries that have been family owned for a number of years have sold to larger conglomerates. The smoke taint is what you're speaking about, especially last year. A lot of wines didn't bottle last year. A lot of companies didn't bottle, so you won't see vintages on finer wines from those wineries. And some wineries bottled and are now having to have those products returned because the smoke taint is clearly in the wines. Luckily, at this point, we haven't had no consumer complaints about that, but it's clearly something that has happened.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you. I was just reflecting on when I was traveling prior to COVID down in the Carolinas or in some of the southern states, and they have I'm thinking about the COVID experience, and what may actually help sales is they have the drive-throughs, as you're probably well aware of, where you call in and you open up the trunk and they just dump it in and you keep going. And so there's actually no exposure. And I was just wondering, have we ever thought of that in the state for drive-through? Or is there a reason we couldn't do something like that?
We do that. We have 25 of our stores have curbside pickup. Curbside pickup is what we call it. So you can go online, order your product. It goes into the store. You pick your store that you want to have it done in. I believe it's 25. It may be 26 stores where we do it now. And all the new stores that we're opening automatically do it. So you can just pull up to the curb. There's designated spaces 1 through 6, depending on the store. You you call the store at that point, you let them know you're out there, they come out and drop your product in the trunk. So it's worked out really, really well. Yeah, yeah.
Representative Murphy, you don't get it out enough, huh? Representative Janigian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think you mentioned that one of the stores is moving in Ringe to another location. So does that mean it's a net add of 2 stores to the total?
It will be, yes.
Okay.
So the Ringe stores, we're just trying to get rid of some of these older, less convenient locations that don't have enough SKUs, quite frankly. It's the main reason why the selection isn't there. Total wine averages 18 to 26,000 square feet. And the Liquor Commission in the last 8 years, we've closed 12 stores, but we've actually added just under 300,000 square feet of sales floor. So
nice.
When we try to make the stores a little bit bigger, a little bit more welcoming, and a little more convenient.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Going back to the supply chain, I know my daughter works for a company that was having a problem getting their product from China. There was a shortage of containers, and the price per container rental was like unbelievable. I think it's come down now. I mean, did you face some of that with your product coming from overseas?
Our suppliers certainly do.
Yeah.
The cost of containers has
Right.
in some cases doubled.
Right.
And I think the companies that sell in general, especially wine and spirits, are working on thinner margins. The suppliers are,
Right.
because you can't pass along these exorbitant increases to the consumers because your products will suffer.
Right.
People, they have a price range where they'll spend for X, and suppliers understand that. So I think that their profits have suffered. We expect price increases to happen, and they do, but I really think that the suppliers have restrained themselves in overpricing their goods.
Okay. So any other questions from anybody? Doesn't look that way.
Thank you very
Well,
much.
thank you as always. Thanks for coming in.
Thank
We
you for
appreciate
having
it.
us. Good to see you.
We'll
Have a
see
great
you in
summer.
hopefully in January.
Thank you.
when we do go.
Enjoy the summer. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next we have we're going to hear from HHS and Henry Lippin we just heard from, and right. Thank you. Is it Amy? Athena. And there's a handout that they had. Okay, this goes to you start on the roll.
Sure. Thank you. Again, for the record, Henry Lippman, the Medicaid Director.
And Athena Gagnon, Medicaid Finance Director.
Try to put together some information that we hope is responsive to what you're trying to look at. Based on the last presentation, one of the things I'd share with you is that the original statutory 5% is what we expect we'll be needing to draw in the long term. The additional amounts that are occurring now is because of the unusual circumstance that's happened because of the federal public health emergency that requires states, because they're getting additional federal matching percentage, to have continuous enrollment as long as the public health emergency continues. We should find out next week whether they plan to continue it further. If they announce next week that it would end July 15th, and the disenrollment would start August 1st. There's speculation that they may extend it again, partly because of what they're seeing epidemiologically. But I just want to give you some sense of that the major place where we saw an increase in enrollment is unfortunately in the Granted Advantage program. In one sense, maybe it's a good thing compared to other states that the level of poverty, comparing where New Hampshire started, for example, 1 in 4 people in Vermont at the start of the public health emergency were in Medicaid. In New Hampshire, that was like 1 in 7. In Maine, it was one in every 5.5 people. So we started with a higher level of people outside of Medicaid, and that the people that came on, particularly at the beginning, was associated with the sudden increase in unemployment. If you remember, at the very early stages, we had unemployment rates up at 17% or more. But you can see across the state on the second page, we show the increase since the third week in March of 2020, that, you know, the increase in enrollment in the Granted Advantage program has been, you know, pretty comparable across the whole state. You know, if you look at the North Country, a little bit less because of the demographics of that area, also because more people were on Medicaid in the North Country as a percentage of population to begin with. So we today, if you go to the third page, that 71.9% increase in enrollment since March 16th of 2020 represents about almost 37,000 individuals. Today, we understand we're protecting, because of the requirement federally, almost 40,000 people today that may or may not continue to be eligible once that public health emergency is over. We're expecting, assuming a public health emergency ends July 15th, that we could get back to a more normal enrollment by April of 23 is kind of what we project. If it gets pushed out further, that's obviously going to push that time frame out.
Yes, Representative Tucker.
I'm not really quick hearing oral presentation of figures, but it sounded like you said that Maine and Vermont had less poverty than New Hampshire?
No, the opposite.
The opposite.
That they had, as a percentage of the population, they were like 25% in Vermont. More than 25% of the population is on Medicaid, whereas in New Hampshire, it's under 14% at the start of this. So, you know, if you look at also the federal matching percentage that Maine gets is like over 62% and Vermont's over 56%. New Hampshire's at the federal minimum, which is 50%, similar to Massachusetts. Stronger employment, socioeconomic status, if you will.
Good. Well, I'm glad I asked the question. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for asking.
So we started at 14%. Where are we now?
So I think probably today we're close to close to 6 in terms of the total population.
Right.
And, you know, for Granted Advantage, it's been a significant increase. I think we're about less than 20% when you consider all populations in terms of the increase in enrollment.
Right.
And as I said, I think, you know, as employment has rebounded and as you know, the economy's picked up, and I think that we'll see a significant drop in this population, you know, as soon as we're able to start to unwind.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you. Aside from just increased employment and wages going up, what's the other criteria or metrics that are going to be effectively changed, say, July of 22 if the emergency is lifted?
So the eligibility for this program is up to 138% of poverty. So if someone is above that now because they've gotten wage increases or what have you, they'll likely not be able to continue on this program. They may qualify to become on the exchange, for the federal exchange. There are also some people that, because of the continuous enrollment, who were older to begin with, since we couldn't drop them from enrollment, may qualify for Medicare at this point because they may have come on the program in their late 60s, as an example, or mid 60s.
Okay.
So just from a historical standpoint, when in 2018 it was Senate Bill 313 that implemented the Granted Advantage program, that original source of 5% of the gross liquor profits, and the formula for that is actually on the last page. We have a little calculation for you. By the way, we agree with the Liquor Commission's money on the amount of money that's to be transferred. But then in 2019, the legislature passed the provision, since they capped the other sources of non-federal share, that to the extent there was a need for additional money, we could go back to draw additional money from liquor fund. As I mentioned, I think absent the public health emergency, we wouldn't be looking for that second draw, if you will. And then on page 5 is taken from the statute, the different sources of revenue that comes into the program. And then lastly, sorry. Is there, I'm sorry.
Say again. Well, you got a question, Representative?
We seem to be going back and forth.
Yeah,
Okay.
just,
Sure.
yeah, so what page are we on right now?
So I was covering,
They're in the yellowish, there's a little teeny
yeah,
number
the
there.
upper corner, page 4 was talking about the original funding source, which is the 5% of gross profits from the liquor. And then the sources of other revenue that finance granted advantage is what you see on page 5. And then I was jumping to the last page, excuse me, which is sort of the history of what we've drawn, going back to the beginning here from the program. And underneath the chart is the additional part of statute that was added in 2019 that identified if there was a shortfall beyond the other sources of funding, that we could go back to the Liquor Commission for additional funding, which is why if you look at line 6 of what the Liquor Commission passed out on their second page, you'll see that the 8.2 and the 8.7 million, those were the additional requests we needed to make because the population increased by over 70%.
So we had the insurance department in here this morning, and it looks like they transferred some money in as well.
Yes.
Can you touch on that?
Yes, the again back to the financing of the Grant Advantage program, one of the sources of financing, which let's see.
They said 10 point, I'm sorry.
So it's the yeah 5D.
5D, okay.
Thank you. Quicker than me. There's a 2% tax on the insurance policies because the managed care under Medicaid is delivered by commercial insurance plans, and so they're subject to the 2% tax. And at the time, the thinking was, let's use that, meaning the legislature, that let's use that 2% funding towards funding this program as well. And so that's that source of money. The third source is the New Hampshire Health Plan, which some people may remember as the high-risk pool. They make a contribution as well. It's fixed by statute to be not more than the same amount that both the liquor money contributes, the original 5%, not the additional. The original 5% liquor plus the premium tax. So that's the third source. And it's only when those three sources are not sufficient that we would go back to liquor. And again, we hope that through the reduction in enrollment, we won't be going back in at least state fiscal year 24.
Representative Almy.
If I could just add to that, A is the liquor fund. It's what we permanently gave to the liquor fund 10 years or more ago. And it's been diverted to this as well.
Because it says
When
the alcohol abuse prevention
yeah.
treatment, right?
When they diverted it, they left language that would have expired that fund completely. And last term, I got a bill through that that fixed that problem so that people knew that it belonged to the alcohol fund.
Right, so that wouldn't be
Because
lost
it's
in,
being, they found other money elsewhere. I think the Senate is much too creative. They found money elsewhere to give to the alcohol abuse fund.
so there's no money from, this program is fund, there's no general fund money that comes in here?
Correct. There's a prohibition against general fund money
Okay,
funding the non-federal share.
Which is probably why they were doing all of that.
but there's federal money though.
Yes, it's 90% federal.
So this is the
and-
way we come up with our 10%.
Yeah, this is our 10% share.
Okay.
That was what I was going to ask you. So with the Medicaid Advantage, we're now at the fully 10% that we're required now at this point in time, right?
Correct, and that's where it's expected to stay as long as the
Right.
statute's in place,
Right.
which I think is no expectation,
In-
at least
in-
federally.
And what percentage of that 10 million that is listed is the 10%? Is that all of it, or is there other monies that come in from the state that, from other sources that make up the 10% that we're responsible for?
So that's the original liquor profit money that we just talked about. It's the premium tax on the Medicaid policies themselves. And it's the New Hampshire Health Plan that has an assessment on policies for high risk that covers the balance of whatever those other previous two produce.
What is the cumulative number for the dollars from New Hampshire to cover the 10%? What is?
So right now it's about so the 10% is equal to about 60 million based on the
60.
based on the group that we're covering now, but it's typically been closer to 38 to 40 million prior to the group.
Thank you.
But again, you're, from this point going forward, as you were, thank you were saying, is that this number should be coming down. But what happens after the state of emergency is lifted?
So that states can begin applying redeterminations on anyone who hasn't had one. And so.
Oh,
that-
whether they're eligible or not.
Right,
I get
so
it,
we
yeah,
can
yeah.
redo eligibility. Right now, we
Right,
can't.
Right, I got it.
Once you're in until the public health emergency is over.
Right, so, right, they could have gotten a better job or something that would push them over the threshold but you couldn't question that,
Or
that's what you're saying.
retired.
Or retired, whatever. Right, okay. Leave it at that. Yeah, our purpose for having you here was because we were going through all of the revenue sources where money's going off to special things before it doesn't hit the general fund or the education trust fund. And there was a whole series of those, and this is, this program requires those monies coming out of different things before we say it. Okay. Representative Hackam Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for being here today. So I'm acknowledging and processing the information you just provided us that, the program itself is exponentially expanded in the past couple of years due to the pandemic. So if the number of granite staters receiving this has expanded, I'm just wondering about the state's kind of footprint for administering this expanded program and service. Has the department itself been able to keep pace with that expansion?
So in terms of the head count in the Medicaid program, I think in my particular section of it, we've been running at a 45% vacancy rate and continue to run something pretty close to that. So we have really made no additional staffing changes to do this. And finance, I think, is somewhat comparably
25% vacancy.
25%
yeah.
vacancy rate. So, having more people there isn't like a direct stepwise increase in our work by having more individuals. It does have some impact, but it's not, it doesn't translate directly that way. There's a sort of a base amount of work that has to be done in interaction with the federal government on it that doesn't really change too much based on the population we cover.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I know there's a lot to digest. We're happy to come back anytime if you
No.
think of any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
There's, I think, another piece of these transfers that we forgot to ask the insurance department about that maybe Chris knows something about. We had one year where workers' comp, I think it was really expensive, and it came straight out of the insurance premium tax at the last minute, and they weren't talking to each other. Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember how long ago it was at this point, but the premium tax went down around 50 million, I think it was, because there had been some major, I think it was workers' comp, which by law could come out of the insurance premium tax.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks.
So I'm not prepared today to talk about interim studies, but I just want to take the temperature of who's here. Do we want to attempt to do some in June? They usually don't want to see us around in July. So we could try to tackle a few. I can get the list to everybody. And then, the interim studies we could do as subcommittees. I think we usually do it that way. I can get the list out to everybody, and they can kind of indicate which of these they want to be involved with. Obviously, they're open to all of us. If you want to attend, you can attend. But we'll try to balance it, Republican, Democrat. Again, the outcome of an interim study is this bill worthy of being refiled next term or not? It's simple, yes or no.
Maybe we should ask the governor for a Senate State House.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, so we'll handle it that way. I think we have a bunch of them. Not overwhelming
Not very
number.
many. I think it's about 6.
Yeah. I think it was more than 10, but so that's something we can do, and then we can wrap that up in the September, October timeframe. Most of these aren't going to take more than a meeting or two, so just something that just again keep on looking at your emails and stuff. We'll get that notices out. Looks that way. I don't think we're not going to do revenue estimates. We'll, I know Norm was talking about trying to get together as a group. We could discuss that now. I think the issue is I don't think Norm will be able to make it.
Yeah.
Not at least the next month anyway.
Yeah, until the fall, I think.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking maybe we should try to do something in the fall. I mean, we're still. Yeah, we'd like to have Norm there. Yeah. So. Yeah, I didn't bring my calendar. Well, what's purpose? We could do it sometime in September, maybe mid to late September. Is that? Yeah, I'll ask Norm. Yeah. So yeah, we usually enjoy those little social get together, informal lunch somewhere. And we always invite Karen and Jen. They come.
Strange 2 years because we've seen much less of them.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. But they're still doing the work in the background now. Jen 4, our researcher, and Karen. Oh, I got it. Good one. So, yeah, and they actually, Karen picked up extra. It used to be that they have 2 committees, each one of them, and now they have like 3 or 4.
No, they had, ours had 5 the
Really?
last year I was.
Really?
chair.
Wow.
And then she, not the time before that, and then she quit and joined the LBAO, and now she's retired.
No, no. But, and Jennifer has been great. And I've been able to work with some of the other researchers up there, because I'm on different commissions and stuff. And they're all great. Great.
Yeah, they made good picks.
One of them, I forget her name now. One of the researchers up there is, had her master's in Polish language, and her thesis was on solidarity. She told me she's definitely going to be in the gallery to hear Lech Wałęsa. That's going to be great seeing him. I mean, it's like to me, it's like living history. He's going to be, the history book's going to be walking right into for us to see.
Yeah.
After the primary would make sense. Yep.
Before everybody gears up too far.
Right. Right. We could try to pick a day that we'll probably pick some place around here somewhere, because everybody's used to coming to a central. We've had some good locations over the years. Yeah, that river place was nice. In Henniker, right, it was Henniker. We all liked that place, and I forget the rep's name that was in the wheelchair. No, Norm lives in Plastow. He's in Plastow, yeah. I can't remember, that was the one rep.
So it should be close, but I think the roads probably don't go that way.
Yeah, yeah. But, I think somewhere around here, and then we could maybe do it so that we could have some of these interim study committees meet in the morning, and then so we're in the general area. We did it at Common Band one year. That was fine. Yeah. I don't know if this Common Man has little rooms. Last time we were kind of in the big room with everybody. We'd like to have like a little conference room.
We ought to invite Chris, but he's probably not allowed to come.
I don't know. I'll ask him, because he's actually very key too. He really is. Sorry, Chris. We would have you any day, man. So, all right, let's do this. Dick, I need to talk to you and Janarian and Spilsbury about the Keno one, and then I need the Republicans just hold for 1 second. I've actually suggested to sometime Monday morning to kind of trying to get ahead of it on the Keno one with Guide as assistant. Can you make sometime Monday morning work?
The 16th?
16, yeah. Okay, all right. Assuming that's fine with you. Right. Now, just keep an eye on your emails, but Monday morning, you can't? Oh, right. Well, I'm thinking of 9 o'clock, so we can make it work. At what time? Yeah, we'll make it 9 o'clock. If it's not 9, I'll come up with another date. We have to be all done by Thursday, so right. 9, okay.
Yeah, it's not a particularly complex subject.
No, I know. We have to go through it. We have to go through the motions here, so. All right. Okay.
You have to wait for the Senate to show up. So you can go through.
Right. Yeah, but whatever room they give us, we'll let you know. So, thanks, Chris. We really appreciate.
Tomorrow, we still have stuff scheduled, so we're gonna cancel tomorrow.
Yes, we're canceling it. We don't have anything. No.
You had 2 days scheduled in the calendar.
No, I asked Jennifer to. No, I know. I asked Jennifer to cancel it. She No. Yeah, I got the note out to everybody. Well, I said on the floor, and then. But then.
I didn't know if the official notice was
No, Jennifer was gonna inform whoever gets informed to post that the meeting's not gonna happen. Not that we draw a big crowd here, so, so, you know. Oh, by the way, those three girls that were sitting in the back, I ran into them over, and they're Girl Scouts. And they must be getting a government merit badge or something, I don't know, or whatever the Girl Scout equivalent is. So, anyway, well, thanks, everybody. Hey, by the way, Chris, thanks for your work. Let's give Chris a round of applause here. Yeah.
I'll see if I can get an answer to that question.
Oh, great. Yeah, I think it's workers' comp. That was the problem. Yeah, it was something between labor and the insurance department, and they weren't talking to each other, and insurance all of a sudden found out about this. It's, hey, our revenues are a lot lower.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good rest of the day. Good luck with the committee conference. What's the number? Yeah.
Oh, it's House Bill 355. It's the Keno thing. So we have to come up with 4 members on 12/21. This could be the quickest meeting in the century, because once they figure out the 333, I mean, I worked hard to try to get. I worked hard to say, you know, we're willing to concur, but then it turns up Lang brought it up to the full group, and I walked in and we're talking about it. Then the speaker's head was blowing up, so he said, let's just talk about it offline later on. So that's why I was a little late, because I stood around and waited, and the meeting was winding down, and then Umberger and McGuire, the speaker, and Lang was there, talked us through, and they were talking about what we were talking about here, that technically, what you were saying, Representative Almy, that actually the second part was really the House position.
Yeah. Right.
So, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna non-concur, ask for committee to buy some time. So I want this one to be maybe Tuesday or Wednesday to give us some time, and we'll get the word. And it'll be what I'll try to do, I need 4 names on the sheet here. So Lang wants to be on it. So you're good?
If you need a name, use mine.
I know.
You can watch.
Yeah.
Some of us.
Yeah, I'm chairman. Well, you have to leave, but you have to leave though, and you have to leave. No, well, I can come in another day. So if we do the other one at 9. Well, on that one, we're either gonna agree or not agree. To be honest with you, on the Keno bill. Because we're just gonna walk off away from the table and let it die. So that'll probably take a half hour, actually.
That would be ideal if we could schedule.
That's what we'll do. I think actually the Senate will appreciate that too. Why don't we try that? Might see. Hold on, do you want a shot at this too?
Sure. I mean, if you need a body, I'll.
Well. All right. Do you mind